All right. Okay. Hello, Zach. Hello, Fade Roll. All right. Hey, Proto. Oh, man. Okay. All right. I think I figured out why my my notes overlay and all that wasn't working. It's because I was using Ethernet. For whatever reason, I guess I have too many things plugged into my Ethernet network because it was messing up my NDI video, and when I switched it back over to wireless, everything works now. So it's really counterintuitive and weird, but whatever. I found a solution that works now. Anver. Yeah, also it's probably PSIO. Yep. It's probably good old Sibdin screwing up my stream setup. Alright. Because I'm pretty sure let's make sure now that everything's rolling and processing that things yeah, there it is. It's smooth scrolling. It's all weird, bizarre, and it works on my Telestrator tablet too. Like I can go draw a big line on there, and there it is, and then clear it. So this wasn't working either through Ethernet, and now it all just works. So streaming, what a pain in the ass. But it's all worked out now. So we good. Alright, so this is your last chance to vote in the poll for what civilization I will be using for the Civilization 2 playthrough. I haven't checked the results at all. I have no idea. I have not looked at it once. The link for the poll is in the Civilization 2 channel on my Discord server. So if you want to go there and vote, go right ahead. And we'll see how that goes. Hello, Ed. I'm not sure how much it even matters in Civilization 2 what civ you use. But sure. There's a fight in the Ed household over the poll. Oh man. All right. Apparently it does matter what civ you use. Is there like a by far and away worse civilization to pick? Like, I guess we'll find out. Hidden. Oh, Hidden. I don't know if you know this or seen this, but apparently there's a big new skip or something found in La Milana today. I don't know the details. All I saw on Twitter was there's a big new route-breaking, game-breaking thing that was found today. And that's all I know about it. Thank you, Deadbot. I appreciate it. The only correct choice is America. And Alyssa says weed trash. I assume Alyssa wanted Japanese, but sure. Tech branches. Okay. Interesting. Very interesting. Alright, well, we'll see what wins the poll, I guess. We shall see. Hello, Elliot. Glad to be back, too. Good to see you. Gandhi is the best. Well, if I play as Gandhi, then we won't experience hyper-aggressive Gandhi, right? So if anything, we should probably not play as India. Oh, neat. Well, if you do figure out what it is, I kind of like to know, because it sounds like it's a bigger game-breaking thing than being able to go through floors. But hell if I know. Like, I'm no lamelanologist. I will be a lamelanologist once I do that playthrough of it, though, at some point in the future. At some point. Okay. Alright, so the plan tonight is Civilization 2 for first half of the stream. Second half of the stream is probably beating Yoshi's Island. We're halfway through World 4 in Yoshi's Island, so I think there's 6 worlds, so probably safe bet to beat Yoshi's Island tonight. I pulled my 3DS out of storage. So for the next stream, probably going to start either do another session of Steel Battalion or going to start Hotel Dusk Room 215 is the next backlog game that isn't Steel Battalion. So that'll be for future streams. And then if you missed it last time, the PSXplosion game after Civilization 2 is Vanguard Bandits. It's a Fire Emblem-esque game. So it's a turn-based grid-based strategy with lots of anime stuff. So, sure. All right, so for Civilization, I have no idea what I'm doing for this game. So I am open to suggestions and tips for you civilizationologists, because probably even on lowest difficulty, I don't have a hope in hell of beating the game. So go right ahead if you feel the need to chime in on how to Civilization for this playthrough. I am totally okay with it. All right, let's get going here. Civilization 2, PlayStation, 1998 strategy, developed by Microprose, published by Activision. This is PSXplosion number 203. And here we are. So, the ultimate version of the best-selling strategy game. The ultimate version is on PlayStation. All you PC fanboys, get out of here. This is the ultimate version, according to the people who made the game. So, sure. All right, so we got all this stuff. This might as well just be Vegas at this point. Like, this is what modern day Vegas Strip looks like. So, Civilization 2 predicted it. Microprose strategy, Activision, E for everybody, of course. All right, Civilization has reached new heights. Civilization 2 conquers the PlayStation game console, become a part of the Civilization phenomenon, make every critical social, economic, and political decision as you build an empire to span history, compete against some of the greatest leaders of all time. It's discovery, it's diplomacy, it's your destiny. So plan your every move carefully, because in this game, you either stand the test of time or your history. Alright. Command powerful armies, defend and conquer using a wide range of weaponry, deploy a variety of troops, equipment, and technology, from archers, paratroopers, and elephants to Aegis cruisers and stealth, capital S, stealth fighters. Negotiate with rival empires, plan a strategy to outwit history's most cunning leaders, advanced diplomatic tactics allow you to wage war, make peace, or form cooperative alliances with other nations. Devise and control technology, drive your city's technological evolution with amphibious warfare, seafaring tactics, theology, and more. Construct wonders of the world. Full motion video brings to life Leonardo da Vinci's workshop, the Statue of Liberty, and Marco Polo's embassy. Enjoy exclusive enhancements. An all-new interface, adapted especially for the PlayStation game console, lets you lead your empire with ease. Plus, the beginner mode offers hints along the way. I'm probably going to do beginner mode because the only difference that I saw with beginner mode is there's tutorial prompts. So, I'm probably just going to do that. So as far as screenshots go, this is Sure, that's like a throne room, I guess. Here's what the main interface looks like. So, yep, that looks like a Civ game to me. And then this must be the amazing FMV. This is probably a diplomacy screen, I'm guessing. Probably what that is. All right. E for everybody. Mild animated violence. Okay. MPS Labs. There's an MPS Lab. This must be who did the port, maybe? I don't know. Okay, 1 player, 10 memory card blocks. That doesn't really surprise me. So, this is at least somewhat similar with XCOM. So even though XCOM was, I think, a 96 release, this is a 1998 release. Both of them need to store a whole lot of data. I'm not sure it needs 10 blocks worth of data, because that's like 800 kilobytes, I think, is how big that is. Yeah, maybe. If you have like a really big world map, maybe that might need that much. So that is what the old back of the box looks like. The disc is pretty simple here. So we just got the logo treatment, the standard corporate stuff, and then it looks like embossed behind it is the cover. So yeah, sure. Yeah, okay. That looks fine. All right, so I couldn't find a manual for the PlayStation version. So since there's just a beginner mode with tutorial prompts, it'll be fine. Do I have a PS mouse? I have a PS mouse, but this doesn't have mouse support because just like it says on the back of the box, well, for one, there's no icon on here that says mouse support, because if it supported the mouse, it would say right here. But they also designed the interface, specifically adapted interface for the PlayStation. So this isn't like a this isn't a real-time strategy game, so it doesn't really matter. A high pitch coming through the mic, that's probably my CRT. Like if I turn off this, I'm guessing the sound went away. It's because I have my CRT going with no signal going through it. Alright. Okay, so let's get going, shall we? Okay. Yep, that's the CRT. I'm surprised you could hear that. You must have the really good headphones. Okay. Let's get going. Now I turn my CRT back on. Okay. Yeah, I can hear it. I can hear CRTs normally, but not with my IEMs in, so I would have been able to hear that. All right. Let's do it. Did I plug in the... Oh, shit. I didn't plug in my input monitor. There we go. Okay. Now we're good. Alright. Standard Activision logo. All right. Audio real low for this opening movie, but hey, at least it's in stereo. Could be worse. All right. Good old Sid Meier. It doesn't say anything about Sid Meier on the cover of the game, does it? Yeah, it's just straight up Civilization 2. It's not Sid Meier's Civilization 2. And there's a bunch of text on there that I couldn't read. Okay. All right, let's see who's in the Hall of Fame here. It's got to load the Hall of Fame, apparently. This is running off a real disc, huh? All right, don't load. Okay, all that loading to not be able to do anything. Great. And for whatever reason, it switches video modes. Okay. All right. So apparently, the only difference here between new game and beginner mode is beginner mode gives you tutorial prompts, which I need because I have no idea what I'm doing. So the only other game like this that I played is Alpha Centauri, and those are both Sid Meier games, but Alpha Centauri is not Civilization. So I will take these tutorial prompts and I'll take any advice and tips and hints from the chat. I am totally cool with it for this one. All right. Start playing. First need to set up your game, and I got us a victory will help you. Okay. Map size would you like? Okay. Standard size, large size, or small size. Good for beginning. Let's just... If we're just going to do one game, let's just do it normal. Sure. Six to choose from. Okay. Alright, Chieftain. Easiest level. First time player, choose this. I'm probably going to choose that, but let's see what else we got. Warlord. Advances take longer to acquire at this level. So this extends out the length of the game, but isn't like super baby mode. So that this is probably what the real default difficulty should be. Prince. Develop gradually, experience and skill. Advances very slowly. Attitude is unreasonable, hard to manage. Emperor. And the deity. Few mortals make it alive. Really master the game to win. Good luck. Okay. Well, I'm probably not even a chieftain, but it's the lowest this goes, so let's do that. Okay. How many rival civilizations? 3 and 7. More opponents you choose, the greater your chances of contact. Okay. So maybe 5? I'm not sure I want to crank it up to 7. But 3 doesn't sound like that many. Is it? 3 opponents. Peaceful, expand, and develop. Yeah. Earlier contact, greater risk of war. 3 civilizations is the minimum. Alright, what do y'all think? I'm thinking 4 or 5. Definitely not 7. Probably 5 is probably good. 5 good. Okay, let's do 5. All right. Pick the level of barbarian activity. Okay. All right. What about barbarian activity? You'll deal with barbarians of the game, thinking of them as pirates or thieves. Barbarians will attack your cities and try to take them over. They don't count as a rival civilization. Players who really hate barbarians and want an ideal world, first-time players should choose this option. Well, it's a big part of the game, though, having the roving barbarians. Restless tribes, raging hordes. So yeah, it's just, do you want them only in static locations or moving around? I think roving bands, the lowest setting that still has roving barbarians, is probably going to be the best one. Half as often, smaller numbers in the next level. I think I want to go with this. So it'll give you a taste of what it's like to have the roving barbarians, but it's not like my cities are constantly under attack like this. So we'll just do roving bands. Alright, gendered leader. Association, one default leader of each gender. Okay. Doesn't affect the outcome of the game in any way. Alright. Alright. Make this as random as possible here. Female it is. Alright. Okay, pick a tribe. So this is what the poll's for. So, last chance to pick a civilization here. There's 21 to choose from. None of the tribes is particularly superior. Great leader whose deeds will inspire you. Alright. Okay, last chance to vote in that straw poll for which civilization we'll be doing. I'm gonna open up that poll in 10 seconds. Alright, let's see what y'all picked. And the winner is... Results. The winner is Chinese with 8 votes. Second place was Japanese at 6 votes, 5 votes for Vikings, 3 votes for Americans, 3 votes for Indians, and so on and so forth. Alright, thank y'all for voting. Chinese is the civilization that we will be using for this playthrough. Alright. There we go. Alright. We are Wu Zetian, the only female in Chinese history to rule as emperor. She is credited with establishing a Zhou dynasty during the Tang dynasty. When her youngest son removed himself from office in 69, 0 AD, she was declared Emperor of China. In spite of her ruthless climb to power, her rule was beneficial. She gave up the throne in favor of her third son in 705 AD. Okay. Is this okay? Sure. Okay, tell me about China. Alright, city style you want to build. So this determines our starting civilization style, I guess? Or is this just, is this cosmetic, I guess? Small marble structures, large colonnade vistas. I'm gonna just choose Far East, I guess. Building too elaborate. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna choose Far East, because, hey, China. Alright, city style okay? Sure. Your set dash up is now complete. This screen is a recap of all the settings you chose. Alright, got us a victory. Normal, chieftain, 5 tribes, roving vans, female, Chinese, Far East. Let's do it. Alright. So, I guess there's really only one death state in this. It's just a game over, I guess. So that'll be the only time there's a death in this. Alright. Got to reticulate the splines. This is probably the correct video mode for this. Actually, no, it doesn't look like it. That is definitely not correct. This one? And of course, you guys can't see it because my capture card is freaking out. Okay, this is the least bad one. All right. In the beginning, Wu Zhao, you have chosen to become leader of the Chinese. May your reign be long and prosperous. The Chinese have knowledge of irrigation, mining, space, and roads. Does everybody have knowledge of roads at the beginning? And so they just append the and roads for everybody? All right, irrigation, mining, and roads. First task is to build a suitable site and found a capital city. The best city sites are near rivers, grasslands, coastal areas, or areas near special resources. Spot looks good site for city. Select the build new city from the orders menu square button to find a city here. Okay. All right, 4,000 BC, 10,000 people, 50 whole gold. All right. City, Beijing. No, our capital city is going to be capital city of Pipo. Oh. All right. Okay. Pipo founded 4,000 BC. Each cities can build additional settlers, military units, or city improvements, further growth of your civilization. Only one item can be in production per city. Production orders can be changed at any time. Select the item you wish to build and pressing X on the change button in the city information screen as follows. Okay. Okay. This is kind of a hard to read menu. But here's some gray text on a gray screen. All right. Okay. 50 gold. No. Can I? Okay. All right. Let's talk to Elvis, which is the attitude advisor, I think. What? There he is. All right.
Wise men say that only fools run an empire without luxuries, King.
I disagree, Excellency.
I disagree, Your Excellency.
Okay.
Give me more soldiers, noble leader, that they may sheathe their swords in the beating hearts of our enemies!
Okay.
Your Excellency, the torch of knowledge sputters in your hands.
He speaks the truth, Excellency.
All right.
Excellency, let us make currency instead of swords, for it is wealth that moves the world, and profit that rules it.
My talents go to waste, noble leader. Let us send forth our explorers to find other nations.
I concur, Your Excellency.
Okay. Oh, it's got a... All right. So ideally I'd like to make another settler. Always wait on a turn. Instant advice, throne room. Civilopedia. Oh man. Alright. It's bad it doesn't let you see which one you're using. We can just turn them off. All right, I'm gonna turn it off. gonna save some pixels on my OLED here. I think that looks a lot better, anyways. Okay. Might as well save the game here. Now that we're into it. Okay, so this takes 10 blocks. Let's see how long this takes to save. There's 10 seconds. "16 seconds to save the game." Nice. That's actually not too bad. I bet loads take a lot longer, though. Okay, so can we... What's change? Oh, that changes what your, what you make. 20 turns? So it takes 20 turns to make a settler? Okay. We'll produce settlers rather than warriors for now. And I'm sure we'll be fine. Okay, so that... So these buttons toggle through different cities, I guess. Okay. I guess we end the turn now? Let's see what's in here. Tax rate. Check out our throne room. Alright. Nice throne room. It's just a rock. Ah, interesting. Okay, so if I wanted a settler right away, I'd just pay 300 gold. Otherwise, you gotta wait. Wise man scientist, collect this information. Okay. Alright, which discovery should they pursue? Develop alphabet. One day learn laws, map making, math, writing. Alright, well, science advisor wants alphabet, so... That sounds good to me. Like, I don't know the tech tree or anything. Yeah, pottery sounds like a better investment right now than being able to do math. Because then we could store stuff inside the pot. You can't store grain in an alphabet. So I like pottery. Let's pottery. Okay, so now we just gotta wait until... Secret of pottery, alright. Way to go, wise men. Alright, and then we get this sick picture of some pots. Research into seafaring. Oh. What the fuck does pottery have to do with... I guess you can store water in pots? So, being able to build boats isn't really going to help us right now. But I guess we could make a granary. Okay. Alright, now that we can put things in pots, now we can alphabet. Alright. Is our settler almost done yet? Or we have two? We have two something. That must be our population? Alright, what's our city looking like? Okay, it's just... Oh, there are houses, okay. Alright. Nice. The capital of my empire, Peepo. Okay. Happiness, no change. Okay. There's also revolution in all caps. What the... Do I dare? But I'm the despot. Why would I want to do this? No. I'm the despot. Why would you ever agree to that? 60, 40, 60, 0 luxuries. All right. Top 5. Okay, am I in the top 5? We're the best. All right, so we got the Zulus, Aztecs, the Mongols, and the German to contend with here. Hey, Cloud. Okay. And it looks like we're kind of near the center of the map. Okay. Oop. So the circle button is the info button for that tile, I guess. 1 food, 3 shields. Amount of shields produced in planes from 1 to 3. What? All right. Sure. All right, let's just keep producing. All right, secret of the alphabet. Sure. Code of laws, map making, mathematics, masonry required. Why is masonry required for research into writing? Circle for explanation. What is... Oh, geez. Ancestors of modern alphabets were the iconographic and ideographic symbols developed by ancient man, such as cuneiform and hieroglyphics. First known alphabet, a combination of a number of early pictographs symbols known as North Semitic, was developed between 1700 and 1500 BC. 4 other alphabets, South Semitic, Canaanite, Aramic, and Greek, had evolved from the North Semitic alphabet by 1000 BC. The Roman alphabet, used by all the languages of Western Europe, including English, was derived from the Greek alphabet sometime after 500 BC. The Roman alphabet became one of the most widespread due to the extensive use of the Latin language during the reign of the Roman Empire. The development of alphabets was significant in the development of... Oh, I'm not reading all this. All right. So map making looks good. I'm liking map making here. Science advisor says we should get ceremonial burial so we could build a temple. I think a map would probably be way more important if I'm going to be, well... Sure, let's do that. Maybe the people really want a temple. We'll give them a temple. Where's my settler? There you go. Okay. All right, so we now have a settler. We can... Okay, which way should we set out first? Which direction? North, south, east, or west? We're currently in the top center of the map. So maybe go upper left? Go north, northwest? Did I accidentally end my turn? I think I'm gonna go north. Even though there's a body of water south of us, I'm going that way. Alright. Suitable area to build irrigation. More food. So we need a farm a farm and irrigation, I guess. Square for menu. And we can also build a road, I guess. Forest? What does the forest button do? What? Is that like... Shit, did I... What? Does that mean he's just gonna gather wood? Or something? Did I already fuck this up? Okay, well, apparently I ended the turn for that settler. Defend your cities with at least one, preferably with 2 good defensive units. Strike a balance between improving your cities, striking out to find new cities. Don't expand beyond your ability to defend yourself. Barbarian. Oh yeah, that's right. There's barbarians. So I should probably... build some warriors here. Okay. Alright, 3 turns to make warriors. And what is this? Is this a barbarian hut? This... Just walls of text for everything in this game. Alright, let's, Apparently I just can't do anything with this settler. There we go, okay. Okay. Alright. Built your first military unit. Explore, expand, attack, and defend. Okay. Alright, let's found Peepo 2. Over here. Oh, God. Okay. We'll leave that one there. Why can't I end my turn? Where's my end turn button? Spaceship? Space race. Okay. So apparently, is that one of the win conditions for this game? Is build a ship? Spaceship? It is, okay. And another one is build a wonder? Or is that that's Age of Empires, isn't it? Now can I... Why can I not end my turn? What the hell? Okay, so it won't let you end the turn unless you move the unit, but I want to leave my unit in the city, don't I? Sure, this would be Shanghai. Fine. Shanghai, aka Peepo 2. Okay. Hey, Gander. My trip get to go well. Hopefully you are well as well. Okay. That took a long time to discover burials. Okay. Research into monarchy. Mysticism, polytheism. Horseback riding is for polytheism? Alright. Temple. Okay. This all checks out. Free stuff. Alright, we'll go over there shortly. Once I get another warrior. Alright, map making for Trireme and Lighthouse. So we're going straight from just guy with sword to Trireme. But I'm okay with this. Fortify units in your cities to defend them. Okay, so that's what I wanted to do. Settler units can found new cities as well to build roads, irrigation lines. At least one settler in play at all times. Horsemen for exploring. Attack their enemies with archers, chariots, elephants, catapults. Okay. Alright. Let's see if there's any cool free stuff over there. Scrolls of Ancient Wisdom. Oh, sick. Wait, isn't that what I'm researching right now? Chivalry, the wheel, horsemen. Okay, let's make some horsemen then. So here is where we'd produce that. Build a temple. All right, let's do that first then. Okay. And then this place will build horsemen. 6 turns. It only takes 1 turn to make a warrior? They must have already been building warriors. Okay. So once I make a horseman, I think I need to make another settler probably. So I can continue expanding. Alright, I gotta stop pressing the circle button because it's not productive. Alright, also. Music too. Getting tired of those flutes. Alright, we get slightly different flutes this time. Yeah. It sounds like something out of Quest for Glory. Alright. Nice map you got there. Seafaring, pottery. Okay, so we have all of those things. We can make a trireme, even though we're nowhere near water. Okay, now what? Develop seafaring so we could build explorer and a harbor. I am nowhere near any water, though. Actually, wait. Never mind. I am. So let's do that. Okay. I guess I should keep one of my warriors kind of close to the towns in case barbarians show up. Uh-oh, is that... Okay, we'll keep that one nearby town there. What is this? Circle button? You gonna tell me what's on this square? No? The one time I actually want to hit the circle button on something and it won't tell me. Okay. Alright, so we'll have Shanghai here make build horsemen. I should probably make another settler, at least to start making farms and roads and all that. And I'll have Peepo just produce the military units, and that the temple is what's currently being made. Okay, 4 more turns until a temple is ready. And for whatever reason, 4 turns for a settler. So maybe I should use Peepo to make the settler. And then just make warriors there. Okay. Apparently, horsemen can't go in forests. Increase fruit produced in ocean of 1 to 2. Okay. Whale. Oh, because there's whales there. Okay. Got it. Looks like we're pretty safe on the... Make peace with your stronger neighbors, isolate and conquer your weaker neighbors, use triremes and other ships to explore the seas and transport your units to other continents, caravans to establish trade routes, strengthen your economy. Trade helps your people accumulate both wealth and knowledge. As the civilization grows, don't forget to use your diplomats to learn what your opponents are up to. Okay? Alright. I wonder if I'm on an island here. All right, there's a temple. People very excited about it. Okay. Build settlers. Build barracks. Let's make settlers. Is that sound coming from... Okay. Oh, woo, 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 woo. That's part of the sound, chat. The sound, I guess. That is part of the song. So we either get super annoying flutes or just didgeridoo. All the didgeridoo you'd ever want, and then some. Alright, let's head over this way, I guess. This one we will fortify. Yep. $50 gold, alright. Seafaring? Cool. Alright. Navigation. And we need astronomy. Explorer is 011. Alright. So I guess we can probably make a harbor in Shanghai because it's right next to, or kind of next to water. Alright, polytheism so we could build elephants. Okay, sure. Though I think the wheel would probably be pretty nice, because then we could probably move a lot more tiles than one or two. So how about the wheel? The wheel sounds like a good idea. Your civilization has mastered the art of seafaring. You may now produce explorers. To help you discover new territories, explorers can move 3 spaces per turn, regardless of the terrain. Help them quickly cover terrain. That seems pretty good. Build triremes to carry your explorers. Okay. So it sounds like I need to start building explorers ASAP. And potentially bring in my warriors back over to closer to the towns again. As he moves his warriors further away from town. Okay. We have all these huts to pillage, though. Friendly tribe of skilled mercenaries. Okay. Do I have to pay them? Alright. You will fortify. Alright, we are the most glorious currently. We did it. Also, I keep forgetting that I need to change my production over to... Okay, so here can we build a harbor? Okay, 59 turns is a lot of turns, but sure. We'll do it. And then here was producing settlers, I think? It looks like that's what's on the left over there. So how many more turns for settlers? 7 more turns. Okay. That's fine. Looks different on PC? Probably? I don't know. It couldn't have looked that much different. Alright, see how long the resave takes. So initial save took 16 seconds. It actually took longer to save. Oh man, that took 18 seconds to save. So the longer this goes on, the longer it's going to take to save. It looks like. Nice. I guess that makes sense, but oh man. Can't wait. Okay, so we're making a harbor and a settler. And then we'll keep exploring with those two. I kind of want to bring this dude back to the cities just in case things go sideways. Okay. Ancient wisdom of some stone. Masonry, okay. Construction, mathematics, palace, city walls, pyramids, great wall. Alright, let's make some pyramids. Ancient Chinese pyramids. Can I'm assuming I can't just cross this. Like that? No. Okay. Okay. Expand its territory accomplished by founding new cities or by conquering rival cities. Instruct I did. Way ahead of you, game. Meeting Shanghai. Consult your advisors. Hear their views on the state realm. All right, let's do it. All right, Elvis. How am I doing?
Wise men say that only fools run an empire without luxuries, King.
I disagree, Excellency.
I disagree, Your Excellency.
All right. Elvis has been vetoed again.
Would you defend our cities with haystacks, noble leader? Build city walls first and other improvements later.
Remember, all things have a price, Excellency.
Excellency, we are the most enlightened empire in the world. I salute you.
I disagree.
Excellency, let us make currency instead of swords, for it is wealth that moves the world, and profit that rules it.
My talents go to waste, noble leader. Let us send forth our explorers to find other nations.
I concur, Your Excellency.
All right.
I concur, Excellency.
I concur, Your Majesty.
All right. I'm trying to explore. Working on it. What type of terrain even is this? Is this a wetland or something? Tundra. Okay. Sure. Yeah, defense finally agreed on something. It's a miracle. All right. The ancient wisdom of spaceship. Code of laws, alphabet. We've now discovered the law. The Republic, trade, courthouse. Okay. Literacy. Sure. Yeah. Man, all this free stuff just littered around the map. Okay, so now that we have a settler, so this settler is not going to immediately found a city yet. So we need to build, like, farms. I guess we can also make a road between my two cities I already have. Bronze working, a Colossus. Iron working, currency. Okay, currency. Yo. All right, we can research currency. Okay. Oh, I already moved them. Dang it. Okay. So... Kingdom... Where do I change my... Can you even change your research target? Mid-turn? Doesn't look like it. Alright, how happy. City Emperor. Okay. A suitable area to build irrigation. Alright, I want roads though. But sure, irrigation. Sure, fine. All right, so I'm starting to build up a decent amount of gold now. Emissary of the Germans wishes to speak. We grant an audience. Sure. Note that your primitive civilization has not even discovered writing. We desire the secret of seafaring. Do you care to exchange knowledge with us? Writing seems pretty good. So we have the alphabet, but we don't have writing. So, in exchange for seafaring. Sure. Learn the art of writing. Your cities may now commission diplomats to help make contact with other civilizations. Diplomats can establish embassies with other powers, help you keep an eye on your friends, and even steal knowledge from your rivals. Sure. Prepared a permanent peace treaty, confirming the friendship between our two peoples and fixing our mutual borders for all time. Will you sign it? Sure. 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 This will be fine. All right, Germans. From this treaty of eternal friendship and goodwill between the people of the German and Chinese civilizations, we shall withdraw our forces from your territory at once. Were they ever in our territory? You respond, we... demand tribute. No, I'm not sure what else I can really do here for the receptive German emissary. That's fine. We're good. We good. All right. Exchange of ambassadors. So does that mean I've discovered? All right. Germans set the peace. Aggressive, civilized, perfectionist. Despot, Berlin, map making, 99 gold. 99 gold? Shit. They're not making anything, are they? 5 military, 5 technologies. Sure. Okay, do they... So it didn't even expose the map for where they are either. That's a little alarming, but sure. All right. Just want to fill in that so that there won't be any surprise barbarians over there. Okay. Okay. It's like, let's see, are we... We did not have the best city so far. We're the second best city. Dang it. Okay. So is this... So this settler is just gonna be doing nothing but irrigation right now? I'm not sure what's even going on here with my settler. I'd like to be doing something with this settler. Moved already. Okay, maybe that's... Sure. Why is it giving me this tutorial again? Does it really wants me to have to, I built irrigation there, didn't I? Sure. Be a good place to build a road. Well, a good place for irrigation or a road. Like, come on, game. Hello, Ocelot. Good to see you. Place to build a road. Move faster. More trade will be generated. Connect your cities with roads. Okay. But there's already irrigation there. So... Oh, you can do both. Okay. That works too, I guess. So... Build a road. Okay. Looks like really the only way to go over here is just down. Okay, I kind of want to bring this unit back to one of my cities to fortify it. And I'll just have the horseman continue exploring. So I'll send this one kind of this way back to where the towns were. All right. Wait. All right. There's apparently a road there. I'll take the game's word for it that there's indeed a road there. That's an enemy unit, I guess. Either that or it's the Germans. Okay. Cancel actions. Okay, so that explains where the Germans are. They are just to the east of us. All right. Irrigation. Let's build a road first. All right. Visit the Germans. So if I go over to one of their cities, I'm assuming that I can visit peacefully. Oh jeez. Oh, my headset's caught in my fuck. Okay, there we go. All right. May not generally move one square adjacent to a rival unit to another square also adjacent to a rival unit. What? Diplomats, caravans, ships, and air. Okay, but we're allies, so we just gotta keep our distance, I guess. Sure. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. All right. We have a problem. Oh. Okay. Got him. All right. Yeah, that solved our problem very quickly there. Hopefully all of the hordes are going to be like that. I suspect they won't, though. Neutral Aztecs. Receiver, grant an audience, sure. Put a shirt on. Primitive civilization has not even discovered warrior code. Desire the secret of writing. Exchange knowledge with us. Oh, if I skip their turn, then they'll get HP back? Okay. I will do that. Alright, is this a decent trade? Warrior code for writing? Like, it would be nice if I knew what any of these did, because it's like, some of these things just are completely random what they unlock. Like, sure, research horses to unlock ships, or polytheism for elephants. But how about we just get on everybody's good side, and then we can crush them later. But let's get on their good side. Prepared a permanent peace treaty. All right, let's do it. All right. Perfect. Now go research shirts. Civilized perfectionist. Receptive, peaceful. Bronze working, 7 military, 6 technologies. Sure. Alright, and we can't invade their personal space. And they can't invade mine, so that's fine, I guess. Alright. So there's another settler. Build city walls at once. Alright, let's... 80 turns? Shit. I probably should have built an explorer a long time ago, but... Whoops. Okay. Okay. Alright, so this one we need to wait a turn to get health back. Or sleep? Is it sleep or skip turn? I'm gonna say sleep. See what happens. Okay, so... I should probably build another city down over here. So I can make some ships. Or I guess more irrigation probably help too. Sure. Oh, until I activate him again? Okay, well, I will activate him on this turn then. Okay. So there's unlikely to be anybody to the northwest of me, but if there is, sending 2 of these units that way will work. Alright, cancel action. Shit, I forgot to activate that other unit. Okay. Okay, this one up here. Alright, good. Humans discovered map making like 1,000 years after I did. Okay, here we will build road. It's gonna pop up that prompt every time now, I guess. Okay. Sure. Hey, Mapbox. What? Okay, there's another unit over there, I guess. Expanded new city sites and settlers. That's the plan, game. Okay, here is road. Okay. Bronze working. Secrets of the wheel. Okay, so now we can... Alright. Sure. Horseback riding is approved. Engineering, chariot. Oh, okay. That's all we can make with that? Is just a chariot? Sure. Okay, so now from here, so we have literacy, currency. Probably just gonna want to make currency, right? So that our economic trade minister can finally shut up, and we can finally get that done. Let's do currency. Okay. So, road. Wait, why is this unit able to move to... How come you get to... Wait, what? Why was that unit able to move 3 times? Oh, that's a road? Oh, it must be a shared road. That must be where the... There must be a... Huh. Interesting. Very interesting. Okay. No access to water. Okay, so I need to expand my irrigation there. Sure. Yeah, that is most definitely a river. And a very suspiciously shaped set of mountains over there. Okay. Irrigate. Okay. Get nervous? You think everything is gonna start to go wrong here? You think my military's gotten too far away from home base? It'll be fine. Don't worry, I got the Germans and the Aztecs to watch my back. Alright, currency. Wait, no, that's the Aztecs. Make peace, you're stronger. Okay, it's the same prompt again. Alright, in case you forgot, here's this prompt again. Oop. I've entered the personal space. I have a feeling that the barbarians are probably not going to be that big of a deal since I set it to the lowest aggression for this. Don't worry, these settlers have got no access to water. Adjacent. That is adjacent to. Oh God. Apparently, it's only in cardinal directions that adjacency works in this game. Okay, so here's where we're gonna found another city. Yeah. Irrigation. Emissary of the Aztecs, sure. Actually, check our intelligence first. Perfectionist, Lisbeth, 9. So we're peaceful with the Aztecs, but we don't have a peace treaty. So, sure. Apparently there's a difference. All right. Grant an audience. Did they research shirts yet? No, they didn't. The leader has a shirt, but not this guy. Okay, note that primitive civilizations not even discovered currency. I am currently working on it. Well, I want to keep things peaceful, but I'm pretty sure I'm almost done researching currency myself. So I think I want to decline this one. And then maybe give him a gift later to keep things nice, I guess. I'm going to say no. It's probably a horrible idea, but oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. All right, fine. All right. I caved. I don't want trouble. I don't want trouble. All right. Yeah, I just got bullied into a worse deal. Fuck. Okay. We'll build our grand new city of Peepo 3. It'll stand for 1,000 years. And yeah, the Aztecs are going to be the first to be crushed under our chariots. Okay, so they're building soldiers. Buy a phalanx. Sure, let's just buy a phalanx. We got all this money. And then build the harbor. Yep. Okay, harbor is next. 14 turns. Let's do it. All right, so we currently have defenses there. All right, sick. One more snooze. I'll take them. Look at this sick ass army that we've made by just visiting all these huts. I'm gonna save 30 minutes. That seems like a good time to save again. Pillage. Pillage. There's a pillage option. If it can't be performed there, why give me the option in the menu? Alright, so the last save took 18 seconds to do. Let's see how long this one is. There's 10 seconds. 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. 21 seconds now. All right. Okay. So what are my settlers even doing? I should still have at least one settler. There. Okay. Good place to build a road. Yep. Okay. So that one was building irrigation, I guess. Yeah, the 5-minute saves. It's going to be XCOM all over again. Spent like a quarter of that that playthrough just in load screens and save screens. Okay. We're filling in this map nicely, even without an explorer. Uh-oh. Um... From horsemen. Okay. Alright. So, it sounds like I need to... Oh, shit. Oh, oh no. Shit. Okay. Do I load my save or just okay? At least I have a save right before this happened. Okay. Where are you? Nowhere near able to help, I guess. All right. Well, you will keep exploring, I guess. All right, this is fine. Everything is not on fire right now. It's fine. Oh God. Okay, where is? All right. Let's sure, complete the harbor, and then we need attack, defense, so some archers, Make some archers. Alright, Peepo. Produce some archers. Alright. Yeah, that is my barbarian slayer. Okay, and they're making a harbor, and they'll probably be fine. 44 gold to finish it. Sure, sure. And then just start producing archers. Okay. All right, this is fine. This is fine. Okay. Not worried at all about all of this. All right. Get him. All right. Dude. Yes. Freaking got him. All right. Unit disbanded. Wait, what? Why can they not? Why can they not support horsemen? Do I need to? Okay, relatively healthy. Partially heal itself by skipping an entire turn. More quickly in cities and fortresses. Barracks repair in a single turn. Repair ships. Okay. All right. So yeah, that's this one. You can just heal up, buddy. You earned it. Friendly, more mercenaries. Okay. Man, that is that worked out pretty well. All right, irrigation. And then you fortify. Fortify. All right. Sure. That was pretty incredible. Sacred currency. Okay, finally. Research into construction, so we could do that now. Trade, code of laws, we have that. The marketplace. Okay. All right, now what? Literacy for Great Library. Trade, math, literacy. Maybe trade? I'm thinking trade here. Trade doesn't seem useful. Well, sure, okay. It seems more useful than literacy, but... So probably between construction and literacy then? It'd be nice if, like, you could get a button to tell you what these did. Well, I guess I'll just do what the advisor says. Okay. Sure. Alright. So what are... Which troops? Which troops and where? What? Oh, there's... Okay. That is... Okay. We want to stay on the Germans' good side, I guess, because... Or I could just mass all my troops over there and give them the business, is the other option. Which... I have all kinds of military units. It seems pretty reasonable to me. So I think that's what I'm gonna do. Alright, we're gonna skirt around Hamburg. Alright. Withdraw the city. Sure. That's fine. Let's move over there. Okay. Yeah, they're really close. I just happened to explore in the completely wrong direction to be able to stumble across them. Okay, road, good place to build a road. Is it just gonna keep giving me that same prompt every time? But it looks like I need to expand westward here. Sure. Okay. So this turn, I'm actually gonna see what my cities are producing right now, because before I move anybody. All right, what are you making? Archers. We don't want that. Harbor. I have a harbor, don't I? I thought I bought a harbor. Apparently not. Okay. Well, this is where we're making the harbor, I guess. Alright, 10 turns for a harbor. Can I just... 78, that's not worth it. Okay. Finish the road. So do I have to build a road, like... Oh yeah, there's one there, too. Looks like. Yeah, it doesn't look like I can zoom in or anything, so it's... there might be a road there, but it looks like there's just irrigation and not a road. Okay. Okay, can I go on this square? Draw immediately. Okay. So they're not making me warp back to my city yet. And this one is almost fully healed up. All right, we're bringing the troops home. It's time for war. All right, let's finish up this road. All right, what is Peepo producing? Archers. Okay. Build a chariot, build a marketplace. Sure. 74 turns. Man, production is so slow at Peepo. Why is that? Sure. It's because, are they unhappy or something? The improvements? Huh. Alright, what about here? Population low? Okay, how do I raise that then? Just by building more cities or what? Settlers to colonize. Surrounding tiles might be terrible. Yeah, like couldn't you build farms or something though? I remember that being a thing for like Alpha Centauri at least. Being a setter depletes a population. Huh. Like over here, like this would probably be a decent place for a city because there's food over here, and I guess a harbor would probably be good too for Shanghai. I'm gonna build a harbor if I can. Because then they can start harvesting the whale stuff. Okay. Then this is a German horseman, I guess. Oh geez. Okay. They are ready for war apparently. All right, let's recall the troops. Except for this one. This one can keep exploring. All right, it looks like the Germans and Aztecs are rumbling right next to my capital city. This is fine. Cannot move off the map. Edge of the map. Okay, we found the edge of the flat Earth here. Okay, so there's not going to be anything useful over there. Okay. So it looks like I can just bring all my units back to the capital. We're not currently at war with anybody. We have alliances with the Aztecs and the Germans. And the Germans are... So here's where our cities are. The Germans are like literally next to us. And the Aztecs are also somewhere around here. Like I'm guessing that the Germans are over there is their territory, and maybe the Aztecs are like there, I want to say. Most likely. Is what I'm guessing. Okay. Good place to build a road. I was building a road. Okay. So now we're kind of just in a waiting game. Population now exceeds 100,000. You wouldn't know it. The High Council is meeting in Pipo. Consult your advisors. All right. What does Elvis have to say? Is it going to be more luxury?
Would you defend our cities with haystacks, noble leader? Build city walls first and other improvements later.
I disagree, Excellency.
Sure. Okay. We're number one.
Excellency, we are the most enlightened empire in the world. I salute you.
I concur, Excellency.
Okay. We're the best. I concur. All right.
Most blessed leader, let us build marketplaces so that the peasants can barter for needed goods.
No! The defense of the cities is our foremost concern.
All right.
The gods adore you, noble leader, and distant lands favor our mighty empire.
I concur, Your Excellency.
Okay. Sure.
Wise men say that only fools run an empire without luxuries, King.
I disagree, Excellency.
I disagree, Your Excellency.
All right. Sure. So it looks like that was the... There's only one way by land, it looks like, into my kingdom, and it's right where Hamburg is. So as long as I have troops near there, we should be okay. Yeah, so there's really only two spots that really concern me. Like here is the way to the Aztecs, it looks like. And then at the very least here is where it is the other way to get to where I am. So that's probably where I need to put most of my troops, and honestly most of my troops should probably be over here. And I could probably just leave a few over there for safeguarding that border. So these two I will move over back to the east, and then I still have one in the north that I'll just keep there. Okay, so these two I just need to keep moving them south. That road looks like it's finished. Okay, I'm still not sure what this forest option is. Do I have a harbor? I do. I think in Shanghai, it looks like. I just straight up bought a harbor somewhere. Yeah, so it's well, no, it's making a harbor there. Maybe it was in Peepo 3 that I have a harbor. There's also this shields thing that I have no idea. Five turns for harbor. I don't see a harbor there. I'm pretty sure I just straight up bought a harbor though for one of my cities. Maybe it was for Peepo Prime. Okay, apparently I didn't. I could have sworn I did. Okay, it wasn't there. It's only going to be 5 more turns here. So we'll just let that finish. Okay. And then what? So this forest command, I'm still not sure what the hell that's all about. Oh, okay. So I paid the money for buying the harbor, but then I changed the production to like archers, because that was right around when we had our barbarian problem. Let's see what forest does, even though the game has not tutorialized anything about forest, but we'll just let that be for now, I guess. Okay. Aztecs, okay. Aztecs captured Hamburg. So maybe the Aztecs will take care of the Germans for me, and then I can take over the Aztecs. Yeah. I just realized I had horsemen, but they all disbanded because I can't support them anymore. Whoops. I should probably produce some explorers too at some point, but it's probably too late in the game to do that. Civ 2 is on PSX. I know that we're playing it right now. Alright, Peepo builds harbor. Okay, so we don't need to produce harbor anymore. People are poor, build a marketplace. Okay, sounds good. Yeah, this is Civilization 2. Alright, so keep heading this way. This archer is going to fall off the edge of the map. The happiest civilizations. Okay. So it looks like the Aztecs are going to be our rivals too for this, so we probably shouldn't let him get too big. Emissary of the Germans. Okay, they're aggressive. 10 military. Declared war against the Aztecs. So if I team up with the Germans to take down the Aztecs, and then we can crush the Germans. Join our crusade to rid the world of the evil Aztecs. Sign an alliance for the duration of the hostilities. Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. We need to expand. We're going to war, boys. Alright. It's just too bad most of my troops are nowhere near the front line right now. But it's fine. It's fine. Alright, Hamburg is mine. Alright, got him. Okay. This archer is probably just... There's probably nothing over there, but, you know. I'll probably just disband it once I make it to the edge of the world over there. Alright, Hamburg is mine. 49 gold plundered. Oh, it's just straight up gone now. Okay. Well, that solves that problem. All right. So that's why you want to leave some troops in town. Otherwise, that happens. All right, literacy. Okay, allows invention, philosophy, physics, the Republic, and Great Library. Okay. Alright, what's next? Probably construction. I'm gonna say construction. And then... now that we've crushed Hamburg, I'm just gonna kind of stay put for now, just in case. I don't want my cities all just getting completely bowled over by a single horseman. Alright, what do the Aztecs want? Is it, are you surrendering? Cancel the alliance at once. Yes, let's teach them a lesson. All right, well, the Aztecs are stronger. But I'm pretty sure an alliance of me and the Germans can take out the Aztecs. And then I will deal with the Germans shortly thereafter. I'm not falling for this shit again. No. Not happening. Not again. Not again, Aztecs. Go research some shirts. Well, their tune changed real quick. No. This is for bamboozling that research out of me. All right. Yeah, eat shit. Eat shit, horseman. All right. Okay, so what are my cities currently producing? Marketplace. Okay. Marketplace, and that's almost done, it looks like. Pyramids. Hey, our people are starving, but let's make some pyramids. 12 turns, that's fine. Harbor, we're still not done with this harbor. $60 turns. Shit. Alright, let's just... 240, no. Not worth it. Okay. Yeah, they'll have a sweet tomb to be in when they die of hunger, because we built these pyramids. Okay, so the last save was 22 seconds. Let's see what this is. So 10 seconds. 15, 20, 21. So roughly the same. Okay. Expand a new city. It's the same tutorials over and over again. All right, so should I expand? Start making some cities, maybe to the west over there. Yeah, I'm gonna expand west, and we'll keep our guard here. Do I have any units over here? Oh, I did have a unit here, but they disbanded. Shit. Okay. So I should probably keep a unit down here. Because I think that's where the Aztecs are. Irrigation. So I can irrigate that? Okay, well, sure. Let's irrigate there. Okay. Good place to build a road. So it only takes one turn to irrigate, apparently. I should probably just disband that archer. Because this is not doing anything productive. Oh, wait, the world map wraps around. Oh shit, this is... Okay. There is a point to this. I had no idea, though, the map wrapped around. Okay. So over around here looks like a good place to build another city eventually. Like what's here? Hills, shields. Like, what even are shields? And why do I want them? Coal? Okay, there's coal over there. Cool. Neat. What does that do for me, though? Okay, I found another continent. It just took a while to get there, but we found a continent. Okay. Well, if I build a Great Wall, it's gonna take like 100 turns to do it. That's why I'm reluctant to build that. Okay, so down over that way. That is true. Okay, so down over there seems like a good place for building a city. My population's already up to 180,000. Go that way. Probably would have been more worth it to just build an explorer. Okay, marketplace. No change. Okay, now what? Settlers, civilization. All right. Are we building pyramids? 40 turns. Or I could just make the Great Wall. We could just do that rather than pyramids. I'm thinking Great Wall. Let's just go all in. For the glory of Peepo 3. How much will it cost us? A lot. Okay. 60 turns it is. All right, at our capital city, however, we can make some pyramids. Oh, shit. Okay. How about instead a granary? Okay. Where even am I? Interesting. Oh, this might connect over to the... over here. Okay, we're gonna build a city. What is on this? What is that? Is that like a giant spider? Is that silk? Oh, it's silk. Okay. Interesting. So do I want to build the city on the silk or near it or what? Because I was thinking like right there would have been a nice place for a city. Ow. Like right here seems pretty good. Right next to the water. There's silk over there. There's whatever that is. Coal. This seems pretty good. All right. We're going to build the incredible city of all caps Peepo. All right. Okay. We're making a phalanx. 10,000 population. Seems good. So it looks like I'm getting about 4 gold per turn. Secret of construction. Okay. All right. Bridge building. So we don't have ironworking yet. Engineering, aqueduct, coliseum. Settlers to build fortresses. Okay. That seems good. Fortress order to build fortresses. Fortresses squares double the defense of units defending within. Prevent more than 1 unit at a time from being lost in combat. That seems nice. Okay. So probably ironworking sounds like the next good move here. Let's do that. All right, we'll have that unit just wait there. Okay. Oh. What was the result of this war? Huh. Yeah, if they allied against me, then we might be in some big trouble here. So this whole thing just... Go visit Hamburg. Hamburg is a crater right now. I have already dealt with Hamburg. Okay, so that did just wrap around completely. So that unit right there, in my view, that's the one in German territory. All right, we made it back to questionably shaped mountain range. Oh, shit. Oh, no, not again. Hey, Ivy. All right. There's only 8 of them this time, so this is fine. Actually, 7. I did not research mathematics, so we're good. Okay. All right. And then the other one just left. Okay. All right. No problem. Where'd the other one go? Did it... Sure. Okay. Hopefully that, the barbarians don't go after Peepo 3, because I think there's currently no military units in Peepo 3. Bridge building, gunpowder, magnetism, legion. Okay. 421 for legion. That seems pretty okay. All right. Develop the Republic so that we can someday learn banking. Well, sure, fine. Sure, fine, science advisor. All right, we'll keep our a legion in Peepo. Peepo question mark. Okay. Oh, the fortress? Interesting. Empress of the Aztecs. Sure. What's up, Empress? Still haven't researched shirts yet. No. Not happening. Consequences, schmonsequences. A ceasefire? All right. I'm very scared. I'm trembling right now. Oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay. Okay. All right, Great Wall. We're putting you on hold for now. Okay. All right, Granary. How about instead you make a legion? Harbor. They're still making this harbor over here. 44 gold, yes. All right. Finish that harbor next turn. God, they've been making that harbor for like 10,000 years. Literally 10,000 years. Okay. All right. This is fine now. Hey, finally. Well done, Shanghai. You managed to build something. Two defense. I should probably make it explore. It's salt? No, I do not want to salt. Alright, let's see what our cool harbor looks like. Yep, that's harbor. Okay. Alright, you will fortify there. You will fortify there. Okay. I only have one active unit out on the map. And it's just this guy. Alright. Oh shit. Alright. Here come the Aztecs. Oh, they're still fighting over there. Okay. Or maybe those are barbarians. So what are they making? More Legion. Two defense. Three, two, one. Okay. That's mostly fine. Yeah, we'll just stick with this. This is fine. So what's Shanghai making? Explorer, that's fine. Okay, so we'll have Peepo 3 create some military units. Peepo question mark is, what are you even doing? How about a trireme? Okay. Alright. Looks good. Oh, shit. I gotta stop hitting the circle button, because this takes forever to load. Okay. So ideally at some point, I want to be able to put some units straight across there to just stand in that choke point to keep my cities from being invaded. So that's eventually where I'm going to put the units that I produce. And I guess I could probably build like a fortress there. That would probably be advisable. Okay, there's our explorer finally. All right, Phalanx. And not a moment too soon, it looks like, because they're... Wait, that's... in blue? That's a German explorer. Okay. Alright, good. So we finally have an explorer of our own. Okay. Alright, we are still the most glorious, and now the Aztecs and Germans are third and fourth. Okay, so now it's the Zulus that we gotta keep an eye out for. Alright, that one we can keep there. Okay. German government has been overthrown. Okay. Sure. Alright, built your first ship. Use ships to explore seas and transport your units to other continents. If your ship is a trireme, remember it may be lost if it does not end each turn near a land space. Interesting. Okay. To embark the unit on the ship in port, issue the sleep order for the unit before moving the ship out to sea. Or while the ship is at sea, simply move the unit onto the ship from in the... Okay. Sure. That sounds unnecessarily complicated, but... fine. Alright. So we'll... explore the seas here, I guess. Okay. Change to monarchy. Frederick proclaimed king. Okay. So Frederick went from despot to king? Sure. Yep, produce settlers. Yep. Okay, so we'll leave that unit there because enemy units can't go to spaces right next to it. So this is fine. Okay. All right. $300,000 citizens. The population's kind of exploded. All right, consult the High Council. Elvis probably still wants luxuries, I'm guessing.
Would you defend our cities with haystacks, noble leader? Build city walls first and other improvements later.
Remember, all things have a price, Excellency.
War number 1.
Excellency, we are the most enlightened empire in the world. I salute you.
I concur, Excellency.
All right.
Discover trade, Excellency, for we cannot barter with another nation when no means exists to reach them.
I concur, Excellency.
All right.
The gods adore you, noble leader, and distant lands favor our mighty empire.
I concur, Your Excellency.
Yep.
Wise men say that only fools run an empire without luxuries, King.
I disagree, Excellency.
I disagree, Your Excellency.
All right. Well, all right. Elvis really wants me to... Okay. Discoveries take 170 turns. So we can't go above 60 on science. Total income 13. So luxuries just make the people happier, I guess? This seems fine. That seems okay. Sure. All right. Got him. Okay. Where even is this unit? Okay, over there. Sure. All right, let's consult Elvis again. attitude advisor. All right, now that we've raised the luxuries.
No complaints, noble leader.
I concur, Excellency.
Okay, great. 20% it is then. What else we got? All right, defense. 3 active, carry 2 coastal. This isn't advising. This is just a summary. All right, attitude. Okay. Sure. Probably want to load that explorer onto a ship at some point. Not a whole lot I can do about it right now, though. The Republic. Okay. Okay, research into banking. Allows government form of same name. Alright. So next is recommend we develop trade so that we can build caravans and embassies. Alright. Will do. Civilization has gained knowledge of another form of government, the Republic. Switching governments can bring great benefits to civilization. On the other hand, it can create large headaches. Careful planning is necessary. For information on all forms of government, see the Civilopedia entries under governments. If you do wish to switch governments, you must have a revolution. Okay. Alright, let's see what benefits Republic will give us for doing anything rash here. Why is there a bar underneath? What is this? Huh. Okay. Governments. So, alright, despotism. Each unit above the city size costs 1 shield per turn. Settlers eat 1 food per turn under despot. Happiness, up to 3 military units in each city can enforce martial law. Turn into content. Okay. High rate of corruption in waste. Greater city's distance from the capital, the higher the level of corruption. Okay. Under despotism, none of the science rates can be set higher than 60. Also, all caps, any square which would ordinarily produce 3 or more of a research produces 1 less. Okay. Because of despotism's higher rate of corruption is almost always an inferior form of government, try to switch to a monarchy as soon as possible. Oh, shit. Okay. Well, alright, what about a republic, then? Alright, 1 shield per turn. Settlers eat 2 food per turn. Happiness. Military unit after the first, which is not in a friendly city, causes 1 citizen in its home city to become unhappy. Oh, good lord. Republic has low rate of corruption. Level of corruption is based on its distance from your capital. Okay. Each square which ordinarily produces less 1 unit of trade produces an extra unit. None of the science stuff can be set to over 80. Okay. Switching to Republic can give an astounding boost to your science and tax revenues, although you'll probably have to divert some of your trade to luxuries. More difficult and expensive to keep an army in the field, but building the women's suffrage wonder can help with this problem. Okay. Sure. I'm not sure I want to switch to Republic then. Should probably switch to Monarchy then. 70% tax, moderate corruption, 3 military, 1 shield. So support is pretty good. Monarchy is excellent for young civilization. Greater production potential. Okay. Alright, well, we haven't researched any of the other ones yet. I don't think we have monarchy yet, so I think we'll probably just stay at despot for now. Okay. All right, so we'll keep our frontline soldiers here for now. Okay. So that's a German horseman, I think. All right, I probably want to send the explorer. I might as well finish exploring that north part of the map. Okay, so that's all fine. Okay. Alright, let's see if these saves stay 21 seconds. There's 10 seconds. 15. 20. 21. 22. 23. 23. Okay. Alright. I think I'm good on military units for now. Alright, so we'll change production to... to what? Maybe some city walls finally? Or barracks? So this city's going to be close to all the action, so maybe having a barracks here to instantly heal any wounded units might be good. Or how about city walls? Because it's only 10 turns, so we'll do that. And then over in Peepo. Seven. I guess I can finish that granary over in Peepo. So we'll do that. And then Shanghai is doing what? Explorers. We don't need any more explorers. How about some pyramids? You could use some pyramids there. And then in Peepo question mark. We'll make a settler and keep expanding. Okay. All right. Seems good. Okay. Yeah, if I want monarchy, I should probably change the research rate to get that ASAP. So let's just do that and get that quick. Can we view is our throne room any better now? No, our throne room is still just, hey, here's a rock. Nice. Cool throne room. Code of Laws? I thought it was on my, okay, alright. Luxury is back to 0. We're gonna displease Elvis here. 15 turns to discovery. Alright, luxury is back down to 10. That to 100. Okay. Code of Laws and Serum. I have those then. A great project, Handing Gardens. Uh-oh. Is that a win condition for the Germans? Alright, so our... So for science... So we have Code of Laws. We have that already. Yeah, we got this one a while ago. So it allows research into monarchy. Ceremonial burial required, and we have that as well. Right there. So we already have the two things required for monarchy. I just need to research monarchy. No, I can get it. I just haven't researched it. It's on the list of stuff I can research. I just haven't researched it yet because I didn't think it was worth getting. So what is this? Oh, that's the... Okay, I put it on Fortify. That's why. That's what that extra bar is. So I can fortify them as well. And I won't have to worry about hitting the button on them. The mandate. Yep. Very important. Okay, let's keep heading east here with our archer. We should be getting a research, an additional research thing soon enough here. Aqueduct. Okay. Peepo builds settlers. Finally. Alright. Well done, Peepo. Okay, that's the edge of the map there. Alright. Okay, we can start expanding again. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. My trireme, I think, is gonna not be around much longer. Build irrigation. Alright, sure. I completely forgot about this mechanic. Okay. Change projects to the Great Library. All right. Sure. Okay. Yeah. Oh, we found Berlin. Okay. Grant an audience, sure. Are we at war with the Germans, or is it the Aztecs? Discovered monarchy. Secret of the Republic. Sure. Switching to a more advanced, improve productivity, stem corruption, hold a revolution. All right, begin revolution. Okay. All right, I guess we'll be a monarchy next turn. German government has been overthrown. Okay. City walls. All right. Check out our cool city walls. Peepo 3 at the forefront of our civilization. That is... Okay. Well, you have most of a wall. They're still learning. It's all right. They only just learned how to wall. Okay, maybe we need a greater wall here. Maybe there's a great wall option for a reason. All right, great job with the city walls. Let's build a temple instead. All right. Okay. Republic Consul. Yeah. All right. I guess I want to send my explorer west now, but yeah, let's fill in that last space there. All right, back the way you came. good place for a road. How about a good place for irrigation instead? And then this one. Don't really have a great place to send this one. Sure. Okay. Where's my monarchy? Do I still not have a government for... There we go, okay. Alright, monarchy it is. Maximum rate 70. Alright, get those discoveries cranked up. So I'm not really spending gold anyways, so let's just do that. Alright. Okay. Sure. Peepo builds granary. Good job, Peepo. Let's see your sweet new granary. All right, I'm guessing that's the thing in the top center. I guess. Sure. City walls. All right. Let's build a fence. Found another civilization. Oh, that's over there. Okay. The wealthiest civilizations in the world. It is not us. Okay. Well, that's not a big deal, because not really using gold so far. So that's an Aztec warrior, I think. And it's currently fortified. Okay. All right. This seems like a good place to call it for this session of Civilization 2. We made a lot of progress, kind of, I think. Probably did. And we'll pick this up next stream for this game of Civilization 2. Interesting game so far. Sure. All right. Finish the save here. Okay. All right. So, stop the timer. Okay. All right. I'll be back in a couple minutes while I set up for part 2 of the stream, which is Yoshi's Island. Hopefully the rest of the game. So, stay tuned. I'll be right back. All right. Let's get this changed over here. So yeah, Civ 2, pretty interesting game. Pretty interesting game. Very different from Alpha Centauri. All right. All right. Yeah, for a PS2 game, like you don't really get a lot of depth like that in a lot of PS2 games or PS1 games. All right. So no previously here for Yoshi's Island because yeah, we platformed for 2-ish hours. Okay. So let's hop right into it here. All right. Hello, StarTech? There we go. All right. Okay. Hello, Ghost Kumo, aka Ghost King G1. Long time no see. How you doing, buddy? Good to see you. All right. Okay, all good on that. Let's start the timer here. All right, so where we last left off was, I think, 4-2. Or we finished 4-2, this really long and awful fortress. And hopefully that it's going to be downhill from there, because, man, that one sucked. I am not looking forward to having to do something like that again. What do you think is the best game you played on PSXplosion that you didn't speedrun? Maybe Metal Gear Solid? I'd have to look at completed games. Hold on, let me scan through the completed games here. Metal Gear Solid. Ape Escape was pretty good. Tomba pretty good. Brave Fencer Musashi. It might be Brave Fencer Musashi. Or Mega Man Legends. One of those two. Yeah, just scanning through the list. It's probably up there with those. Maybe Chrono Cross, but I think I like Musashi more than Chrono Cross. Okay. Let's do it. Alright, good. My battery didn't die in the last 24 hours. Alright, so we did 4-4. This was horrible. Where's the list? The list is the quick and easy way to see it. If you go to prairie.live here, right here is an entry for data pages. So if you go there, and then on here is completed games, full game, and statistics. This isn't completely up to date, but this has pretty much everything. So this has a lot of the data there, and then if you click on that, it also has more stuff on there. So that's where a lot of the list content is right now. So there you go. Okay. Gave up Musashi on the first boss. Come on. JoJo got a 5. Yeah, I really liked JoJo. JoJo was a great game. So despite not knowing anything about JoJo, the JoJo verse, I enjoyed that game. Unironically. Chomp Rock goes first can. There. Like, memes aside about JoJo stuff, I thought it was a great game on its own merits as a video game. As a fighting game and as a, like, weird adventure mode that it had. Oh. Okay. Yep. Everything about it. Okay. So, secrets. Oh, perfect. Nailed it. Well, for the memes to be JoJo references, I would have to know what the references are. Like, after playing through JoJo on PSXplosion, I tried again to watch the series on Netflix, and I made it halfway through episode 2. So I had previously made it through episode 1 and then stopped watching it, and then the next furthest I made it was halfway through episode 2. And then I just... JoJo is not for me. It's not for me. Not to my taste. Thank you, good lexicon. Alright. Alright, so for the Yoshi's Island playthrough here, by the way, I'm not going for 100% or anything, I just want to beat the game. Never beaten this game before, so I'm not going for completionist or anything. Ailamau's? I forget what the Ailamau is. I think it was the... on a ship, I guess? I can't remember. Yeah, mechanically this game is different enough from the other ones to make it not to everyone's taste, I guess. But I enjoy this one. Unless you're talking about JoJo. What I really liked about JoJo on PS1 was it is a mash-friendly fighting game, and I am a masher. Like I have no technical skill with fighting game controls or inputs or anything like that, and I was able to still enjoy myself playing JoJo, which is kind of rare for a lot of fighting games. Like with that. Bloody Roar and Soul Calibur. Like, those three in particular, I found have been mash-friendly. Or for easily accessible for low-skill players like myself. And I'm sure there's lots of depth, too, for fighting gameologists. But those in particular, I really liked how accessible they were. There's a GameCube Bloody Roar? Huh. Oh yeah, the Kingsfield game on the boat. I really enjoyed that one. If I can remember the name of it. There's actually another King's Field engine game, I think, in PSXplosion. Oh, all right. New plan. Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, this is fine. This is fine. Okay. Perfect. Nailed this. Wait, where'd the key go? Did I... okay. Fine. Didn't want to go in that locked door anyways. But yeah, as far as this being the best looking SNES game, I can agree with that. Style-wise, yeah. Technical merit-wise. Like, I probably like the style of Chrono Trigger more, I guess. Echo Knight. Yeah. Good to see you too, dude. Holds up visually, yeah. Though it's easier for a 2D game to hold up. Like the PSXplosion game we did the other day was Machine Head, and that was a 3D game. And it's hard for something like that, especially early 3D, to look good way after its visual prime. Like, it honestly probably didn't even look good when it came out. But yeah, there's just always something nice about clean pixels. Clean pixel art. And this is one of those that, especially because there's a lot of rounded edges in the art style of this game that can hide. Like, sometimes you get the real chonky pixel art stuff, but this game, because of the almost hand-drawn feel of a lot of it, that also helps cover up any... What? How did... Oh, okay, sure. Any potential blemishes that you might get from the 2D-ness of it. Oh, shit. Yeah, Mega Man Legends is one of those timeless, like, and probably a reason for that is because it goes for a 2D-ish look while still being a 3D game. Yeah, same for Vagrant Story too. Like, anything that has the a hand painted look to its textures will tend to hold up better than something that went for photorealism. Like, stuff that went for photorealism, like, I don't know if you know the game Max Payne. Like, that game looked amazing when it came out with the photorealistic textures, but nowadays, whoa, man. Like, not so good. So the stylized stuff usually holds up better than anything else. And like a lot of stuff released nowadays, like the 2D pixel arty stuff released by indie developers now, those are still going to hold up years later. Whereas all the crazy ray trace stuff coming out is just going to look like trash in the future. Okay, what am I supposed to do here? Yep, lifelike graphics, photorealistic. Oh, okay, sure. Yeah, there is the Max Payne. Max Payne 1 and 2, and I guess 3, even though I don't have it, are on the backlog. I played through both of them when they came out, and I would like to play them again. Okay. It's weird that these things let you make eggs out of them, when these are clearly like... What even are they? They just flying condoms that have a soul or something? I'm sure the manual says what they are, but... Oop. Man, I really don't like that they that delay in the scene transition there for indoor outdoor. Like, I get why they did it, but it's a little jarring and unnecessary. Oop. Got it. Oh, the dank command has been replaced by this amazing thing. Flying condoms with souls. Oh, alright. Depot tries its best. Okay. Alright, 4-8. Pretty long? Well, we're on track for it to be about 6 hours long. 5.5 maybe. And, that seems about right. I'm assuming this game doesn't have, any warp worlds or anything like World or 3 does. Oh, okay, this guy down here is my favorite enemy in the game. Oh, by the way, the next backlog game after this one is Hotel Dusk, Room 215 on the DS. I got my DS out of storage today and charged it up, and we should be all good for that. Yoshi's Story is a decent game. Yeah. I personally don't get that game. But when I play through it, perhaps the fans of that one will enlighten me. I do. I have a 3DS with the USB port built into it. A 3DS XL. The Katsu Kitty one, and it works great. And I can do 3D capture too in 3DS mode, because I figured out how to stream and capture stereoscopic 3D. So I'll essentially be running 2 streams in parallel whenever I do a 3DS game. Because I figure if I'm gonna stream a 3DS game, I might as well show it how it was meant to be seen. So that should be neat. The Zero Escape series, I played, was it 999, the first one? I don't remember anything about it, but I did play the first one. Yeah, pretty much it. That's how it usually goes. And yeah, I got a PSP and Vita and all that's capture capable. If I was ever gonna do the Zero Escape series, I'd probably just do the Vita versions of that. Okay, this way maybe? Ow. Oh, great, cool. FM Town, I don't actually. When I sold my my TV the other day, the guy who bought it wanted to try it out before he got it, understandably, because it was expensive. And he brought along this CD-based Japanese exclusive system. I forget what it was called. It's like the PCFX, I think, is what he said it was. And man, what a weird system that thing is. It's like a little miniature computer. It's like a third of the size of a real computer that has just a CD drive on the top. And it was weird. He showed me this. He said there's like 2 games on it. He actually cares about. And one of them was a survival horror, like Resident Evil style game, but it was an anime game and it was all in 2D. So it's like you're moving your character around, and they're just a 2D anime. It's weird. It almost looked like a Game Boy port of of like Resident Evil or something, but it was on this full weird console. Okay. All right. Yeah. PCFX was an NEC console. Yeah, the Game Boy Color port of Resident Evil. Yep. Ratted it. Nice. Okay. Man, these are far and away my least favorite levels in this game. Like, I get there needs to be variety in the level design for this, and you have to have the fortress style. Yeah, that's the game right there. Yep, that's the one, Chaos. But man, I don't like the fortresses in this game. They're just too tedious. I'm pretty sure that wasn't Chaos that bought my TV, because the person who did buy it, like, I know exactly who they are, because they sent me the initial emails they sent me were for their business account, and they work for a large game company. And they're a project lead for a large game company. And if I said their name, you probably know who they are. So that's why I'm not going to say their name. Keep it private, but I know exactly who I sold the TV to. Okay. Alright, maybe the key is just up there. Okay. I doubt the key is up here now. Whoop. What? I thought you could break those without having to butt stomp. Yes, it was the Mr. Nintendo. You're right. 1 red coin. I forgot. Those are an instant death. Alright, another reason why I only have 6 lives? What? Wait, do your lives reset when you load a save? I had like 30 lives when I... Oh my god. Oh man. 500 for that game? That sounds about right. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna have to pay full attention to the game, it seems like. Alright. Yep, shoutouts to Sonic. Those are all on the backlog too. I've only beaten one Sonic game before, and that's Generations. Yeah, seeing that weird 2D anime survival game in motion, like, it freaked me out when the guy showed it to me. It's like, what is this wizardry in this game? They've made a weird 2D survival horror game. Well, I got Sonic Generations because I heard it was really good. And then I played it and I really liked it, so I finished it. Kept playing it. Like, I've tried to beat the other ones, but for various reasons just never finished my playthroughs of them. Like, I had a Genesis with Sonic 1 pretty much when it came out and got 2 and 3, but never really beat those. At least not without the old trusty Genesis Game Genie. Sonic 06? That one could be on the backlog. I'd probably play the 360 version of that, or PS3. I guess I have both systems. They're both modded, so it doesn't really matter which platform, I guess. Though for that incredible game, we should probably play the worst performing version of it, which will probably be the PS3 version. A definitive version? Alright. Whatever the worst version of it is. Just to have to maximize the bad time. Longest loads? Well, I have SSDs in all my PS3s, so it'll be fine. And I'll be loading off of a hard drive on 360 anyways. Okay. So that was just extra stars. So it looks like I need to get up to that, so Why? How? Wait, how am I supposed to get eggs now? But yeah, I've seen enough of Sonic 06 to know that it's a good one. So I'm pretty sure I gotta get to that one. And I don't know how the hell I'm gonna hit that one. Like what angle would I even use? I don't think I can hit it from the right side of the flippers. Oh, a shell would work. Dang, you're right. You're right. You're right. This overly aggressive YouTube auto moderation. I should probably just turn that off at some point. There we go. Okay. Alright. Thank you, Ed. I probably wouldn't have figured that out. Just like that piranha boss yesterday. Okay. Progress. Alright. And the key door was this way? This way. All right. What? All right. Hey, Alyssa. Okay, get to play Breakout. Sure. This egg physics, I do not know where they get. Sure. Alright. Boss time. What do we got? This looks like just a escape the level before boss kills you boss. vomits eggs. Got him. Okay. Yeah, turn on the blinkers. That's been one of the more weird things about living in NorCal. Has been fog. Has been just comes out of nowhere around here, especially living right next to the beach. Like, you can go one block and see for miles, and then go another block and you can't see in front of your face around here. Very bizarre. Something I never had to deal with in SoCal. And it makes the late night Jack in the Box taco runs really more exciting than they need to be. Okay. Roll 5. Do it. You know what a turtle is? Are you saying you saw a turtle? What is this? Oh, God. I'm assuming it's supposed to be Fujin. But it's Lactu Fujin. Sure. The god of seizures. Whoa. Okay. Probably something cool up here. Like the end of the level. Okay. I think this is probably my second favorite song in the game. Oh, oh, oh. With my favorite being Athletic. How am I supposed to... Can I break... Oh. That's how. And it's probably the bass line is probably why I like this one so much. You can always appreciate a sick bass line. penguins suck? Well, if I had to choose between these penguin enemies and the monkey enemies from earlier, I choose these penguins every single time. Oh, shit. Oh, there's a meme remix of this song. Nice. The big boy, chonky Yoshi. A Lodi coming. Yeah. Get Kamek, you lose all the items. I don't think I've used any of the pause screen items in this game so far, so not a big deal. Alright. Cool. Didn't want items anyways. This theme gets worse the more instruments they add to it. You can't go back to the good version of the theme. What the hell? Alright. Okay. Supposed to bounce off a penguin here or something? Am I missing something here? Dang it, penguin. Alright, so far the hardest puzzle in this game is this. Yeah, must be this. Alright, we did it. Beat the game. Final boss defeated. Not this time, Lack 2. sure what the point of that switch was. True that Jack in the Box tacos down to 99 cents? Yes, but not if you order regularly. You have to use the app to order and get the cheaper price, which really sucks because the people who need that price the most probably don't have cell phones, so it kind of sucks for lower income people who live off of those, that they got to spend more on those now. So for everyone else, it's $1.29. So that's the difference. I really wish they would just change it back to 99 cents for everybody. Because what I end up usually doing is just, I sit in my car and I order on my phone for the 6 to 8 tacos that I get. Is that lift gonna come back? Ever? Spend $1 strap for cash? Well, for dollars per calorie, you, around here at least, you honestly can't beat Jack in the Box tacos. Like it's pretty much the way to go. How's this supposed to work? And especially why the tiny tacos that they introduced lately are such a bad deal, because it's like, it's more than double the dollar per calorie. And that's how I order my food. It's dollars per calorie. That's why I just end up having Soylent most days. Because it's cheaper, and it's like a full meal is a chocolate shake, except it doesn't make you enormously fat by having it. Oh god. Yeah, for hot food that's ready to eat, you really can't beat tacos. From them at least. And they're really good on top of it. Like for a like dirt cheap meal that actually tastes great and are available 24/7 in nearly every city in California. Like, you can't beat it. It's like In-N-Out Burger gets talked up a lot as like the go-to for California fast food dining, but personally, I'd take Jack in the Box tacos, the equivalent dollar amount of Jack in the Box tacos over any sort of combo meal at In-N-Out literally any day of the week. Like, that's how good it is, to me at least. And I mean it when I say literally any day of the week, because they know me by name at the local Jack in the Box. Either on the drive-thru or eating in, because I eat there so often. Alright, we did it. Okay. That level is okay. Yeah, these are very much not OSHA. I don't think I'll ever go skiing again in my life. I had a traumatizing experience when I was younger skiing. Where it was like my second time ever skiing on the slopes, and I still couldn't really control which way I was going. And I was trying to go sideways about halfway down the mountain to come to a stop and slow down because I was going a little too fast. And for whatever reason, I aimed the skis. Sure. I aimed the skis right at the pole holding up the ski lift. And I went right into the ski lift, like, support thing, and was just wrapped around it like this and had my skis wrapped around it too. And I was just stuck like that because it got dug into the snow. And I was stuck there for like half an hour just hugging the enormous support pole of the ski lift. And after that, just fucking done. Never again am I gonna hit the slopes. Never again. Okay. Breathe fire 3 times, melt ice. Okay. This is when I was like 8 years old or so. And man, you want a traumatizing experience. There you go. Yep. And instead of like, my mom and dad were there too, and instead of them helping me out the first time through, they skied by laughing at me. And then went on the ski lift to go up again, and then came and helped me on the way down. So that's why I was stuck there for so fucking long. Because they thought it was hilarious. And in hindsight, it probably was really funny. But I was not having a good time. That seemed like a really quick timer. Okay. So yeah, that is my amazing ski story and why I will never ski again. Never ever. Ain't happening. Yeah, the whole thing with Michael Schumacher is pretty tragic. Yeah, or even wearing a helmet did not save him. And he's still in a vegetative state, as far as I know. And that happened a long time ago. That was like, God, almost 10 years ago at this point. Yeah. Alright. Sure would like that checkpoint. F1 car down a ski slope. Red Bull has actually done that. I think if you go on YouTube and look up Red Bull F1 skiing, I think that'll probably bring up the video. Like they do stupid shit like that all the time for their car launches. Like, what happens if we attach skis to our F1 car? Find out. You haven't tried out snowboarding, you wanna? It's, my electric longboard is apparently pretty much the same as snowboarding. And even though that thing has tried to kill me multiple times, it's probably still safer than actual snowboarding. The board, I took it out for the first time in many months yesterday going to get lunch, and it cut out on me again. The battery pack needs to be replaced on that thing, but that's going to be a lot of money to replace the battery pack on that board, and I'm not sure I want to do it. I really don't like that sound of skittering on the ice. Alright, this is the best theme in the game. This one. What? Oh, jeez. Okay. Uh-oh. Okay. Alright. Oh, what? Oh, jeez. Of course. Oh, it was on an icy track? Okay. Should probably do this on the CRT, so I have maximum time to react here. Okay. All right. That extra 2 frames on the OLED was enough to make the difference there. Okay. Yeah, I don't like World 5 as much so far either. Okay. Door right at the entrance is not a good sign. Oh, geez. Chain chomps. Okay. Sure. So it's kind of a toss-up between this one so far and the Monkey World. Monkey World was very annoying too. These can't be frame perfect. No way they'd expect frame perfect inputs at a Nintendo players. This is an overblade. We have to make that jump. The 1 frame window. Oh, speaking of PlayStation games, so I haven't attempted to fix my PSIO yet, But one thing I did notice when I was demoing the unit for the guy I sold the TV for, I had some time before he showed up because he was driving down from LA. And I tried to boot up Star Wars, and apparently one of the recent firmware updates that they did broke Star Wars. So Star Wars just doesn't work on PSIO anymore. At all. So there's another indication of how dumb the PSIO is. That firmware updates that are supposed to make compatibility better end up making some games just not work anymore. And that's just kind of unacceptable for something like that. Yeah, Star Wars barely worked before, and now it completely doesn't work. So it went from barely working to not. Still not sure what the point of these is. Come on. Alright, so keep going this way. Yeah, these bats. Pretty annoying. Okay, there must be a red switch somewhere. Oh, God. Okay. Probably up here. No? Okay. Or that, are you supposed to hop on the bats? Or it's like over here? No? Okay. Well, whatever the solution here is, it's got to be over here, because I can't go back. Unless you have to just drop down over there, maybe? Huh. Okay, yeah, that must be it. Okay. This looks awful. Okay. Alright. Okay. Yeah, there aren't that many auto-scroller rooms, I guess. Oh. Yeah. Yeah. Yep, this spooky ghost is our friend. Oh, jeez. Uh-oh. Oh, dude. Actually, is this one of the rooms where you just flutter across the whole thing? Okay. So I know that's a thing. Oh, nice. Okay. Alright, hopefully there's a checkpoint ring over here somewhere. Alright, what do we got here? It's probably one of those ceiling crawly things. It's also not a good sign that there's a shell generator back there, or an egg generator. Most powerful, but remember, this slug has no weak point. Okay. So the whole thing is a weak point then? What I'm gathering from that? Or just the one big obvious weak point? Okay. Well, it's a Yoshi, not the Yoshi, I guess. Yoshi is Legion. One of many. The physics for that? Trying to think. There's other things in the game that have similar physics to that. You can ride these. Okay. fat birds. Oh. Okay. No, they all retreated to Yoster Isle, according to the Mario lore. And whenever we get to Super Mario RPG, we'll see the Yoster Isle in all its glory. Where only seven Yoshi remain in the world. And they spend their time gambling on races. Before they all go extinct. Yeah, the only thing that can defeat a Yoshi is something that's spiny. So naturally they had to call in Samus. I'm still undecided whether or not I want to bother with the first Metroid game, by the way. Like, I still think about it from time to time, like... Do I really want to play the NES version and make a map for everything? Or just... I guess an alternative to it is have just a pre-made map and fill in the parts that I've been to. Oh, shit. Yeah, NES Metroid. Yeah. Like, so there's multiple options there. There's one option, which is do it completely blind, NES Metroid. And that's probably the worst option. Option 2 is to use a pre-made map for NES Metroid and fill it in as I go. Option 3 is to play the Game Boy Advance Zero Mission, which is a remake of the first one, Metroid 1, which has a built-in map. Okay, 3 options. 1 is do it blind. 2 is have a pre-made map that I just fill in by hand. Option 3 is Zero Mission on the Game Boy Advance, which is a remake of the first game. And option 4 is to just not play any of them. And just skip straight to either the 3DS Samus Returns or Super Metroid. And I haven't played any of them. I do want to play the 2D ones, though. Before I play, like, Metroid Prime. Because the Metroid Prime games I also want to play. Can I even get up there? Without the... Okay, this is... Oh, that's... You're supposed to go there. Shit. Yeah, the core gameplay is also a concern for me. Like, I've tried to play through Super Metroid a few times, and I wasn't a huge fan of it. But it is a game that I do want to, like, sit down and actually play at some point. Which is why I'll tolerate it for a playthrough. Yeah, I played through like 2/3 to 3/4 of Metroid Prime, and I loved it. I liked that one a lot. I haven't played Echoes or 3. or Hunters on DS. That's another one there. Or Federation Force. I don't know. It's weird with Nintendo games trying to gauge if anything's any good or not. Because whenever a new Nintendo game comes out, everybody on Twitter acts as if the recently released Nintendo game is the greatest game ever made. It will never be surpassed by anything ever until the next Nintendo game comes out. And it was a similar reception that I saw on Twitter to Federation Force of like, oh man, Federation Force, the greatest game ever made. You never need other game to ever play ever because Federation Force is out. Like I saw people saying stuff like that about what was that dumb boxing game on Switch? ARMS, I think. Like people were saying that about ARMS. And that's when I knew I couldn't trust people on Twitter anymore about opinions on Switch games. Because come on now. And the tennis game? Like please. Yep, ARMS. Quite a game. Who loves auto-scrollers? Yeah, they're never good critics. But then again... the Grand Stream Saga is amazing. So who am I to talk? Oh. Wiimote aiming. Yeah, there were some of the Wii first-person shooters ended up being pretty okay. Like the Conduit comes to mind. I thought Call of Duty 3 on Wii was pretty good. Like considering the limitations of that type of control scheme, I thought it worked pretty well for what it was. Ah, keen smile. Yep, COD 3 wasn't bad. I actually played through Call of Duty World War II when I was on my vacation on my my gaming laptop, and that one was pretty okay. It wasn't amazing or anything, but I tend to like the Call of Duty style games, the single players of them mostly, as just kind of dumb, turn your brain off spectacle games. And I thought that one, the World War II, delivered on that. What the hell am I supposed to do here? Knock this over? Oh, balloons. Okay, these are the things that you have to hit the switches to... Yep. Okay. Oh man, frame rate. Why is the frame rate bad here? There's nothing to slow down. See, this level's got some quality platforming. Like, I wish there was more of this rather than the dumb fortress levels. Like, that was a satisfying platformer stage. Yeah, Keen Smile I'm probably not gonna bother with. Yeah, Elebits, yes. Elebits is also on my priority to-do list on the Wii. Elebits is a great game. Great game. Also called LEDs in Europe. I actually briefly considered speedrunning that, but nah. Speedrunning first-person shooters is an exercise in folly. Yeah. Dang. Star Wars Connect is on the backlog, and then no, I have not streamed it. I haven't streamed any Connect games, but I have both versions of the Connect, and I think I have the disc image of Star Wars Connect. Kind of my problem with streaming Connect games currently, and iToy games as well by extension, is that I don't have an amazing way to do camera stuff with that. Like, I'd have to move a bunch of my green screen stuff around to do that properly. Or get a wider angle lens for my camera, which I might just end up doing anyways at some point. But yep, Connect games are on the menu, so are iToy games and more Move games. Like, I showed this maybe on Discord or on Twitter, but I have the Wonder Book thing for PlayStation Move, which is an augmented reality book that is just like a large book that is just filled with AR glyphs on it. And there are like 4 games that were made, games in quotes, that were released for it. So one is a Harry Potter game called the Book of Spells. And then there are 2 like educational games for it. One is about dinosaurs, another one's about like I forget what, but it's gonna be a bad time. and trying to get the setup for that is gonna be a pain in the ass too, because I have to get the PlayStation camera set up in a correct way. It has to be like kind of up and of course I'm out of eggs for this. It has to be at the correct angle to see not only me but also the book. Double audio for the game? It shouldn't be double audio. Let's see. Actually, you're right. There we go. Nope, you're actually absolutely right. I had a wrong wrong track selected. Okay, so it should be single audio now. I don't know how that got changed. I didn't click that, but huh. I must have accidentally clicked that when I was changing over some stuff earlier. Okay. Sounds normal now? Okay, cool. Thank you for telling me. I don't know how that got that option got selected in the OBS mixer, but we good now. I don't like the look at this part of the level. Okay. Shit. Okay. This has gone sideways. Hopefully those respawn, and of course they don't. So why would they? Yeah, we crank up that reverb. Okay. Oh, it ate my jump. It ate my jump. Computers are made of ghosts. Haven't you seen Ghost in the Shell? Apparently there's another Ghost in the Shell thing coming out, and it's all in the weird 3D CG, and I don't know how to feel about it. Shit. Okay, that's how I feel about it. Oh, okay, that was the right way to go. All right. Yeah, I really like Standalone Complex 1 and 2. So hopefully the new one will be good as well. Yeah, it is way cheaper to do 3D, and that's why they do it. Like, well done 3D is great, but it is tough to do, especially with like stylized anime stuff, where it just kind of looks wrong. Yeah. There's a Ghost in the Shell game in PSXplosion, by the way. There's a apparently like weird first-person Tachikoma game. Whoa. On PS1 that actually got a Western release, and I'm pretty sure it was the first Western released Ghost in the Shell thing. Was this this PS1 first-person shooter thing. Oh. Okay. All right. Yep, this is okay. Uh-oh. Oh. Okay. All right, we good? What? Okay. Not sure I can even get up there. Big O. What a show Big O was. Okay. Guess I can't get up there. Yeah. You may grab an arrow lift and use it at another location. Way. I figured that out, like, in World 1 game. Oh, shit. All right. All right. This was a very good castle. I enjoyed this one because there was no bullshit with hunting down keys. Okay. Okay. Alright, later, Hidden. Have a good sleep. Yeah, Rise is good. I also liked Ghost in the Shell 2. I didn't actually like the first Ghost in the Shell movie. But I liked Standalone Complex, I liked Rise, and I liked 2. Okay, so for this... Oh, shit. Dang, this is tough to line up. Okay. Whew. Got him. Okay. All right. So I liked the castle level for this, but I didn't like the rest of World 5. All right. Off to the final world here. Okay. All right, that version of the menu themes, an improvement. Scary Skeleton Goonies. Oh man. Oh man. All right. Oh no. Oh shit. All right, let's try that again. Okay. Perfect. All according to plan. Sure. Alright, we're still nowhere near the 80 to 100 deaths that was predicted in part 1. So we're still good. My prediction was like 30, which we are clearly over at this point. Oh, it ate my jump! Ugh. Frame rate. Ooh. Frame rate is getting a little framey here. Yep, you gotta just follow the trend line of the graph. See that we'll get to 60. Okay, sure, we'll go up here. Or not. Oh, you're probably supposed to do this first. Dang it. I need some shells, eggs to do this. There we go. Okay. Okay. Huh. I don't think you can move that over. Oh! Okay. Shit. That's what you're supposed to do. Alright, multi-step process. Okay. Sure. This... I don't like this. Okay. What? Okay. That's the thing. Sure. Okay. So World 6, definitely harder. Wait, is 6-4 a different, oh, I guess they're all like that. I thought that castle was bigger somehow compared to previous worlds, but nope, they're all that size. Alright, Cave of the Bandits. Doesn't this level have another one of the really long flutters as well? If I remember correctly. Yeah, I like the three-face fireballs. The cat face. It's not like the sounds the rats make, though. Whoop. Yeah, the secret levels. Don't you get those by 100%ing the other levels, I think? Yeah. So I'm never gonna see those levels, I guess. At least not my playthrough. Alright. Like that level. It had the good song in it. Nice and short and easy. Beware the spinning logs. Okay. Alright, we went from the second best song in the game to the best song in the game. World 6 off to a strong start. Uh-oh. Fucking hell. Here, I'll clear out these two fuzzies so that I don't get dizzy, and then okay. Okay, that works. What? Okay. Nice level. Like that one. And yeah, these the World 6 level is legit fun. This is some satisfying platforming here. The first few levels a little slow. Like I took it a little too conservatively with like Worlds 1 and 2 at least. But this is nice. Nice in World 6. Tap tap, red noses forward. Alright, we get the Super Mario RPG perspective here. Oh. Almost. Almost saved it. What? Oh god. Okay. All right. Fine. Come on, game. Give me a break. Great. Another find the key. Oh. Okay. All right. I'll take it. "100% record broken a day ago." Nice. Oh, God. Okay. Okay, this is just 100% things. Not interested. Not interested in collecting all the flowers. Alright, where's the exit? Okay, so it's probably... Oh, that is... Okay. I thought you could just jump down to the level below, but that is not a thing, apparently. Okay, so it looks like I need to get over to the third pipe. And this is probably the third. And then up to... Oh, there's a key. Okay. Alright, so wherever the key is. So this should be just the flower thing, yeah. Okay. Alright. See, why can't you just drop down from there over to here? Makes no sense. He might be in here. Behind these. But no, of course not. No, of course not. Okay, this looks promising. Look, there? No? Okay. Great. Perfect. This is going great. And this is... This is probably where the key is, but I'm gonna need all the shells, I guess? Or all the eggs? Dang, okay. Well, that works. Okay. So at least I know where this is now. Well, that certainly... Oh, God. Fantastic. I can't remember if that's the maximum eggs you can get. And hopefully they respawn here. Okay, good. Alright, that's all we have to work with. So I guess you just can't miss for this whole thing. Whoa. And then... What the hell? Dude. I wonder if I'm missing a mechanic again. Like that piranha fight. Although it's probably just you have to hit it on multiple bounces off the wall on pretty much every single one. Okay. Well, that's not gonna do it. Oh, man. At least there's no time limit. There's only a patience limit. And this better be for a key, too. If this isn't for the key, then... Oh, I'm gonna be upset. Okay, alright. We did it. Nightmare's over. I have the key. Okay, so it was the level below the top floor on the right side. Okay. Now I need to not die. That's the next important thing. Is to not die here. Okay. Alright, checkpoint. Hey. Okay. This looks like something that you could do oh god, a flutter over. In a speed run. Okay. Sure. Oh, God. Okay. Sure. Pretty awesome that you can hit the checkpoint ring without Baby Mario. This looks horrible. Oh, jeez. Alright. Time for breakout. Alright. Got him. Okay. Alright, final stretch. Okay. See if we can keep this under 40 deaths. Let's see. So I think I remember this level did something weird with the programming for it, where it's like this whole level wraps around itself in multiple directions or something to make it look like it's one big level, but it's actually... You're actually starting at the bottom right of the map or something, and it scrolls itself around for weird memory reasons. all according to plan. I think the TCRF, the cutting room floor, has a section for this game, and I think that's where I read about it. TCRF is a great site, by the way, for weird hidden things that people find hidden in the code of games. Stuff that's like unused or weird quirks of how games are made. I think recently the most recent one is somebody figured out how to decode the textures in Klonoa on PS1 and was looking for some unused stuff in that one. Yeah, TCRF is just one of those great sites that you can... What? That you can just get lost in. Oh, fuck. FF7 any good? In my opinion, it is great and amazing. It's, if you've never played it before, the graphics do not hold up well. I personally like the story and the writing for it, but it's not to everyone's taste. It's got one of the best, like, battle mechanics, I think, in the series. So I would say yes, I enjoyed FF7. It is right up there with my favorite Final Fantasies. Remake any good? I have no idea. It's not out yet. It looks neat, though. Even though I'm not a big fan of the Kingdom Hearts / FF15 style combat, it looks good in FF7 Remake. Like they did enough to make it more hands-on than in those games. So I am optimistic that the FF7 Remake will be good. And I'm hoping I get my PS4 back from Aquas before that one comes out. He hasn't mentioned anything about playing any PS4 games recently. So hopefully he finishes up his playthroughs and ships me back my PS4 before that comes out. Okay, let's not fall in the lava this time. Except a turn-based game in 2020? Well, Fire Emblem did pretty well. And people seem to like Pokemon, so... so I don't buy that argument. Okay. Yeah, I tend to prefer turn-based. I jumped! I jumped, but probably too late, so it's probably my fault. And here is an example of exactly why I like turn-based games, because I can't fall into pits in a turn-based game. Do I want to be a millionaire anytime soon? It would be nice, but money don't buy happiness. So, not really. Especially if it's at the expense of somebody else, then definitely no. Alright, good night, Zach. Have a good one. This auto-scroller is putting me to sleep. Which is not good, because that's when I tend to fall into pits. But we're almost there. Probably not going to be any falling into pits in the next backlog game of Hotel Desk Room 215. Which has some pretty cool mechanics, looking at the, oh, shit! Looking at the manual for Hotel Desk. I was probably supposed to break those. I was probably... okay. Whew. Yeah, auto-scrollers, huh? Yeah, that's how it goes with the auto-scrollers. Okay, well, I'll take a one up. That works. Sure. What the fuck? What? Why is this the hardest jump in the whole game? Oh, shit. Okay. I gotta pay full attention to this, apparently. Good lord. Okay. Alright, we made it past that thing. Finally. Okay. Alright. Maybe the end of the auto-scroller. No more auto-scrollers. Okay. Gave me hope for a few glorious seconds. Uh-oh. Was I supposed to leave some of those alive? Okay. Or as alive as a skeleton can be. Oh. One of these is going to have two of them dropping down. I just know it. Or not? Okay. Alright. Finally did it. Dang, almost 100% of that. Okay. 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 There's like this one and this one. And then these two? Where's this one? Shit! Okay. Deep underground maze. Just what I want to do when I am tired. A maze. Perfect. Got him. Oh, jeez. I was probably supposed to bring the rock over here. But... whoops. I think I was definitely supposed to bring the rock with me. This is... okay. Let's try this again. Yeah. The hell? Okay. Sure. Okay. Alright, this must be that maze part. I don't even know who that guy is. By the way, did the YouTube chat. So no, I don't think you gave me an idea. the weird get rich quick guy. Whoever that is. Okay. Alright, where's the key here? I think I've already been through there. Hey, what about here? Okay, I can't go through there. This is just extras. Sure. Okay. Okay. Okay, apparently this is... Okay, sure. Okay. Alright. So whatever it is I'm looking for here, it's... Alright, this is numbered, so that's 3. 4... 3... 5? Sure. Oh, I was probably supposed to... shit. And I'm back here again. Fucking hell. Okay. All right. Okay. Alright. So that probably... There's nothing up here? There is something up here. Okay, but I... Huh. Okay. Alright, there's... Shit, there's the key. Okay. How do I even get... What? Oh. That. Okay. Alright. Mystery solved. Okay. And up this way. I'm assuming the... That little pathway I made is still there. Okay. No, it isn't. Okay, so that. What? Okay. All right. All right. Like 2 more levels, I think. All right, less than 50 deaths. Let's keep this going. Pairs. All right, so I'm gonna pay attention. These are all over the place. Ugh. Okay, I know where 2 of them are. And then the rest, I got nothing. And like here and here? No. All right, I'll take it. I'll take 3. All right. Last regular level, and then final level after that. Keep moving, okay? But it's not an auto-scroller. Shit! Okay. Alright, can't jump there. Man, you're just really bugging me today, so I'm gonna just get rid of you. You've just been annoying me for the past half an hour. Yep. You will not be missed. don't know if you have to duck there. I know I'll never be a billionaire now. Fuck. Ugh. Yeah, this looks like a Mario Maker level. And I'm actually kind of surprised they didn't put, they haven't put in Yoshi's Island stuff in, Mario Maker yet. You'd think that would be a no-brainer for him, considering how popular this game was. But it's probably a big enough change for the engine that, it's not something it could easily stuff in there. Though they did put in the Zelda stuff recently. Wait, is this just... okay, what's the point of this? Oh. Oh, shit. Yeah, the Zelda stuff is cool in Mario Maker. I've considered a few times trying to get Mario Maker 2 on Switch, but I don't want to pay for the Nintendo Online thing. Like, I've always hated having to subscribe to stuff like Xbox Live and PSN and whatever, and I don't want to do it for the Switch stuff, because it'll be the only thing I use it for, would be for Mario Maker. And I can't devote enough of my time to actually play that game and get good at it to justify that expense. Oh, shit. Okay. Wait. Oh, for fuck's sake. Okay. Subscriptions on PC, yeah. Well, that's the... If Stadia and GeForce Now and all the cloud-based gaming services have a way, then yeah, that's totally how it'll be. Yeah, it is really cheap. Like, that's one thing in its favor, that it is super cheap, but that doesn't mean it's going to be cheap for forever, you know? Like, there's nothing stopping them from jacking up that price later on. You're gonna hold your Animal Crossing towns hostage. Why did that not appear? Okay, sure. Oh shit. Okay. Whew. Well, don't feel bad about forgetting about Stadia, because Google forgot about them too. Because apparently there's just been, after the initial launch, like, nothing announced for it. Shocking, I know. Yeah, I'm supposed to go here. Okay. This is... Okay. That, fuck that, man. That faked me out right there. Considering Animal Crossing for Switch, what is the gimmick for Switch Animal Crossing? Because I don't know anything about it other than yo, it's on Switch. Because don't they usually have a gimmick? The only Animal Crossing that I played is well, I guess I played two. I played the GameCube one and the DS one. And I really like both of those. But those aren't the kinds of games that I personally can just play forever. I know some people are really into Animal Crossing, but I can't get into them too much. Is this like the equivalent of a rail shooter stage? Tropical Island theme wasn't the 3DS one? Wasn't that Tropical Island? And crafting. I can see crafting being... Well, you crafted in the other ones too, though, right? Like you were making t-shirts in the original one. You can put this sweet Stussy on your t-shirt in Animal Crossing 1 on GameCube. Okay. Is this Is this a bonus area? Okay, sure. Oh. Okay. All right. Final level. Okay. Sure. All right. Okay. Okay. Sure. Oh, jeez. Yeah. Dang it. Man, I don't like this room at all. Come on. Okay. Oh! Fuck. All right, let's not go through door 1 again. Oh, God. Okay, door 2. Where it's at. Okay. Much better. Alright, frame rate. Okay, I did not do that. What the hell? Alright. Got tall boys here. Okay, that's just bonuses? Sure. Hopefully you don't have to clear all 4. All 4 rooms. That's a neat mechanic. Yeah. Oh, not this shit again. Of course. Of course. Great. It's this all over again. This is somehow worse. Come on, game. Give me a break here. There we go. There we go. That's how you do it. Okay. All right. 2 eggs. Come on. She's shooting PlayStations at me. Am I supposed to be damaging Kamek here? I'm not even sure I can. Or if this is just an auto-scroller. Oh, okay. Alright. That probably explains that. Alright, here we go. Okay. Whoa, okay. Oh, shit. Alright, doesn't look like there's a way to get extra eggs here. So you probably just have to survive for a while, I guess? Or you just let him ride you? Okay. Huh. And then, okay, maybe you have to let the timer expire on Baby Mario? But they... Huh. Oh, okay. That's not the mechanic then. Interesting. Okay. Sure. Okay. Oh, okay. Alright, we get a different sprite here. Okay, so you gotta aim above? Okay. So you gotta aim above where you want to hit. Oh god, we gotta do this again. Okay, that's fine. This part's easy. least it skips that cutscene. Okay. I'm not sure if you have to hit Bowser while the mouth is open, or if you just need to hit it at all. Is that okay? Huh. So you do have to be pretty accurate. Do you have to hit it with the mouth is open? Oh, shit! Okay. Almost. Okay. Yeah, mode 7 with Jelly Boss. Well, this game had the Super FX chip on the cartridge, on the PCB, I should say. And they took advantage of the extra processing power that gave for more calculations. Kind of the same way that there's ROM hacks recently of certain. Are you shitting me? What? For some games that they implement the extra processing power of those special chips to speed up games. Like I think Gradius got a ROM hack that removed most of the slowdown. Oh, you can get them on the way down, too. Alright. It's gotta run through the tape here on this final boss. By the way, I looked up the prices of super scopes today, and it is not unreasonable what people are asking for super scopes. So I don't know. Oh, you can't hit it with the mouth closed. Interesting. It ate my jump again. It ate my jump. That was definitely the game. It wasn't me. That was not me being bad. That was the game eating my jump on purpose. They did it for Blockbuster. Mr. Blockbuster got on the phone with Mr. Nintendo. And they made sure to eat my jump there so that Blockbuster could get another rental out of me for this one. At least I now know for this phase that you can delay your ground pound a little bit and consistently hit. And also what I learned from the last time through this phase was that you can use up and down on the D-pad while holding down the egg throw to line it up easier. Rather than just holding down A to have it sweep up and down. No idea why most of these are going too high, because I'm aiming like halfway up. Maybe it's because he's a lot closer. So when he's far away, you gotta aim like there from far away. That was probably the last hit, too. Oh, man. That was probably the last hit. Fuck. Still not 80 to 90 deaths, though. Alright. Alright. This time things will be different. Oh, you put a save state at the start of this fight? Yeah. That would be a great place to put a save state. I'm trying to do most of my playthroughs without save states. I know I use save states for my Mario 1 playthrough. And what I didn't realize until fairly recently is that I've been doing the skip on 4-2 way harder than it needed to be this whole time. I didn't know that there's 2 hidden blocks in 4-2 underneath the warp pipe, or the piranha plant, to get you to the warp pipe. So I was making it hard on myself that entire time I was doing that playthrough. That's probably way too high. Got him. Whew. Okay, and we got this amazing sprite. We got the Yoshi Owu right at the end. Oh, man. Okay. 55 deaths, huh? All right. Directors, plural. Okay. Tezuka. Okay. Know that name. 4 directors? Man. That seems like 3 too many. Don't know who their parents are? Trying to remember if they're... Was it Partners in Time, maybe? That... I can't remember. I think Partners in Time also had Baby Mario and Baby Luigi. And maybe that has the lore. It's the stork. Probably. Or it was Immaculate Conception from a pipe. Yep. Well, you know what happens the last time they let Mario get fleshed out? He got a tribal tattoo. It is official canon that Mario got a tribal tattoo when the Game Boy Advance came out. Or Game Boy Advance SP. The special tribal edition. And then I assume he also canonically got it laser removed at some point. Or it's still there and it's rolled up. But he doesn't. You can't see it in Odyssey when he's got the shirtless shirtless model. So I'm assuming he had it laser removed. It's an embarrassing period in Mario history. A henna tattoo? Yeah, it could be. That would be fitting for the time. Mom and Dad live, okay. Is this where we get the lore? So they live in a toad house. Are the Toad and Toadette are their parents? Or they were the foster parents? Because they were delivered by a stork? I don't know. Can't tell from that. All right. Okay, let's. So if we hit A, is this one of those games where it just where you got to power off? Because SNES games did that pretty often. Okay. Yoshi's Island. Complete. I can now eBay this thing. Okay. Cut the timer and wrap up this game. Okay. Yoshi's Island, huh? Alright, completed? Absolutely. Cheated? Nope. No Game Shark here. No in-cart SD to SNES cheats, because I used an actual cartridge for this. See, it's even got the tear along the label there, and that will probably hurt its resale value, but oh well. Oh well. I didn't pay much for it. I think I paid like $8 for it. And the reason why I have a cart when I normally just play everything off a flash cart is because games like this with the special chip inside, like the Super FX, and I also have Super Mario RPG up there that has a different chip in it. These games weren't supported by the SD to SNES flash cart back when I bought them, which is why I have the cartridges for them, because I assumed if I was going to play through them, I wouldn't be able to use a flash cart. But then fast forward to like a year ago, and people figured out how to program that into the SD to SNES, and now you can play these from a flash cart, so... So sure, that is why I have the carts for those. Okay. Okay, things I liked. Great art style. Very fun platforming. Fantastic soundtrack. Nice length for a platformer. Let's see. Challenging but fair. Very unique mechanics compared to the other games in the series. Very unique mechanics. That probably covers that. Things I didn't like. A few frame rate issues. A few cheap deaths. A few cheap deaths. Let's see. Maze levels. Sure. Some annoying sound effects. Auto scrollers. And that's probably it for things I didn't like. Dank memes, flying condoms, the souls. Yeah, can't remember any other ones. Drum bass, nope. Ailamaus, technically you go to the moon and fight that boss on the moon. And it looked like an Ailamau. So yeah, sure. Difficulty is hard. So 55 deaths for a 7-hour game. Deaths per hour, kind of low for a platformer. The game didn't get super challenging until, let's say, World 5. There was some levels like the ones with the monkey enemies. So those were more annoying than challenging, if anything. So I wouldn't say that this is like super difficult or anything. This is probably on the harder side for Nintendo platformers. Let's say this is probably more difficult on the scale for them. But as far as like platformers in total, I wouldn't say this is super difficult. There was a few like hang-ups and rough patches, but it wasn't that bad. So I'm gonna say this is still below average in difficulty. Not stupid easy, but it's not that bad either. Like I think I gave Super Mario Brothers 1 like a 4 out of 5. Like because these games in particular are so generous with extra lives and with bonus chances and checkpoints and everything. Like that removes a lot of the difficulty right there compared to say the NES ones. So that's why those I would rate higher on the difficulty scale than something like this. That would probably be easier. So I'll go with that. All right, overall rating, 1 to 5. I can see why this is a beloved platformer game and probably one of the best on Super Nintendo. Like the art style is unique and great. Music is great. The platforming was sharp. There's a lot to it. It looks like there's a whole bunch of extra bonus stuff that you can unlock if you 100% all the levels and then do the extra levels that you unlock for that. That is neat. That's there. It's kind of a shame that it's less non-linear than Super Mario World was, which we'll get to that at some point. But I have played that one before. So it would have been nice if it was more like the world map type thing that Super Mario World 1 was, rather than this linear stage-by-stage thing in this one. Though it's not a huge complaint. It's just I preferred the way they did it in Super Mario World 1. And yeah, there's very little not to like about this. Like this is pretty quintessential platformer-ass platformer. There is a lot of variety in between each stage, which is also great. Like it's not like, okay, here's a stage where you're gonna run left to right and then get to the exit after beating the same enemies over and over again with slightly different level layouts. In this, there's a new mechanic / gimmick in pretty much every level. Like, out of the 8, there's like 40 levels, and there's maybe 2 or 3 that shared or that didn't have something unique in it. So that's pretty dang impressive for something like this. And I really enjoyed my time with this one. There's a few, like maybe 5% of my time playing this, I was frustrated and wasn't enjoying it. But for the rest of the 95%, I love this one. So this is a pretty easy 5 out of 5 for me. So there we go. Super Mario World 2, Yoshi's Island, done in 2 sittings, 7 hours, 8 minutes, 55 deaths. 5 out of 5. Great game. Loved it. Okay. All right, so that'll do it for tonight. So what we did was we played about 3-ish hours of Civilization 2 for PSXplosion, and then we finished up Super Mario World 2, Yoshi's Island. The next backlog game is a DS adventure game, first-person adventure game called Hotel Dusk Room 215. So I'll be breaking out the 3DS with my capture board in it. And I'll be playing on an actual console, and we'll have the big layouts. Like, here, let me see if I can bring up the 3DS layout. It'll actually be this one. So here's kind of the layout. So we'll have the big DS screens over there, and then smaller versions of the DS screens up there to show you what the actual console looks like. So yeah, it won't be filming off of filming with the webcam off the screen, so don't worry about that. I actually have a proper capture setup for DS and 3DS, and this is one of those weird games where you don't play it like this. It's actually sideways, so you gotta hold it like a book. So I'm actually waiting for something coming in the mail that will hold it in place for me, so I don't have to hold up the 3DS for the hours and hours and hours it'll take to play through it. So yeah, that'll be the next backlog game, and next time we'll be continuing Civilization 2, which I'm enjoying that game, so I'm looking forward to playing some more of that. And then probably the stream after that will probably be a Steel Battalion stream, probably. So I may or may not be streaming tomorrow. I need to sit down and spend some time and do my taxes and all that, and I have some other paperwork I got to do for stuff like that. So probably not going to be streaming tomorrow, but let's say the day after will be the next stream. So unless something changes. So keep your eye out on the Discord. I'll always announce when I do my streams ahead of time. So thank you for watching. Hope you all have a great day, night, morning, or evening. And I'll see you next time. Take care. Bye.